On behalf of the Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee, I call this meeting to order and we have a roll call.
Dr. Bofi. Present. Mr. Castile.
Here.
Dr. Davis. Here. Ms. Ellis. Here. Mr. Garvey.
Here.
Ms. Holloway. Here. Mr. Mallory.
Here.
Mr. Morris.
Here.
Ms. Orange Jones. Here. Mr. Rock.
Here.
Ms. Boucher. Here. Ms. Rocca. Here. We have a quorum.
Mayor, before we begin, I want to recognize a few individuals that are here with us. First off, from the Public Service Commission, Mr. Mike Francis. Also, I see Ms. Francis up front. Some of our legislators are here. Chairman of the House Ed, Ms. Harris is here. Representative Farberg is here, and Representative Hamidi is here as well as a number of school superintendents from across the state. I do apologize to superintendents. I'm not going to go through everybody just for brevity, but thank you all for being here. Can we have our first agenda item?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Garvey, we're going to do our consent agenda first. Okay, that's okay with you.
Consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 3.3, 3.4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Garvey, second by Ms. Holloway. Any comments? There is one objection or one person that does not wish to speak but does oppose recommendation 4.2, Ms. Julie Sandberg. Any comments from the board? Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please. Mr. Garvey.
Yes, sir. We have a lot of people that are here for item 6.7. I'd like to move that we take that item out of order.
Do I have a second? Ms. Holloway. Also, 6.2 is the early childhood.
Take that one second.
I would move that we take that second.
Mr. Garvey with the motion, and Ms. Ellis seconds that. So we will be taking those two out of order. If we can start with 6.7. I know there's a presentation.
Your next item is on page 108, item 6.7, consideration revisions to bulletin 111, the Louisiana School District and State Accountability System regarding accountability. The recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
There's a department recommendation to approve.
Make a few comments, Mr. Miller, thank you. Look, for a couple of years, we have explored accountability, and we have done that in a number of different ways, through a number of different commissions and councils and engagement across the state. People could always say you could have done more. That's always going to be the case. But what we know about the accountability system in the state of Louisiana is that it does matter. It matters in terms of giving our public a transparent viewpoint into the quality of our schools. It matters in terms of incentivizing best practice and behavior that we hope to see in our schools. And it matters to educators and communities and parents just across the board, as well as members of advocacy groups in our business community, et cetera. And it's not easy to do. It's not easy to work through shifts in an accountability system because it is such a sensitive topic. But for 2 years we've worked on that, and then most recently the board made a decision to take a comprehensive view of the accountability system after hearing last year that some of the elements were too piecemeal in their approach, and so they looked comprehensively. And so I just want to thank the chairman of that committee, Ms. Kira Orange-Jones, for her leadership throughout that process, as well as the members of that committee that served Dr. Davis, Mr. Morris, Ms. Holloway, and Mr. Mellering, for your service and your additional commitment to that after being appointed by then President Holloway, and then also as the term switched, Mr. Garvey. And that took a lot of time and effort out of everyone to understand a very complex issue where there really aren't easy, simple answers. And so what we put forward today is a culmination of all that work that has moved itself through a process, including that BESI work group, pushing it forward to this particular committee today. And I am thankful for their work in that effort. And look, we just have to find ways to do better for our kids. Accountability is one lever to do that. There are certainly other ways, making sure we have a teacher in every classroom ready to serve our kids, making sure we're investing in early care and education, making sure we're doing the things with literacy that matter, making sure that every parent has an opportunity for a family, a school that makes sense for their family, elevating the teaching profession, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It all matters. But accountability is one component of that. And so I just appreciate this board and this Bessie work group, as well as everyone who is engaged with us over a period of time to discuss this matter. I don't think we are going to work through a complete presentation today, Mr. Mallory, if that's okay with you. I think that many of the stats that we've already presented around the need for our kids to be literate by the end of third grade, about the need to meet the demands of college and career and service whenever students graduate are compelling. So we're going to defer on the presentation today to just get right to what the will of the board might be.
Mr. Chairman, I do apologize. I did not take a motion when we started this, so can I have a motion?
Yes, sir. I have a substitute motion, but we need a motion on the floor before I can substitute. So I'll make a motion as recommended by the department.
Okay, Mr. Garvey, is there a second for that original motion from the department? Ms. Carroll or Ms. Jones? Okay, Mr. Garvey, I think you have a substitute motion.
Yes. There's been a lot of complicated issues and information and data presented by the department over the last few months, and there's been, I think, not enough time to digest everything that has been proposed. So I would like to move on a very small piece of the proposal and have the rest of it deferred until October. So I'd like to make the following motion. I move that the board approve as a notice of intent only those revisions to Bulletin 111 relative to the inclusion of kindergarten through second grade in the school performance scores and district performance scores. Bulletin language with the establishment of K2 literacy screener and baseline scores, the department will recommend how to incorporate K2 literacy results in the school assessment index. The calculation of the kindergarten through 8th grade assessment index will always ensure that the weight of the student scores on LEAP and in grades 3 and above will always be weighted more than the K2 results. And that's language that comes from what is proposed. So I'd like to make that motion.
Second by Ms. Orange Jones. I know that we do not have a presentation department. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Morris.
Probably questions. Looking to share a little bit. About that. Now, three.
How about this? I did want to share a little bit with members of the board that were not part of the work group. We're not directly involved in that process over the last year. Just want to share a little bit of my personal experience. I want to start that off by thanking Mr. Thomas Lambert and his team for the work that they contributed to this effort. A lot of long hours, got a lot of my texts returned on weekends and after hours and so forth, so I really appreciate Mr. Lambert and his team for their work and their dedication to this important effort. And then with regard to, again, my experience on this, I had a couple takeaways that I wanted to share from my personal perspective. And then I also had a handout that I offered to board members just a couple of minutes ago for reference. When we looked at the data that was provided by Mr. Lambert and his team, it was clear to me that the current accountability system as we reference it with the student performance scores, they indicate that the data tells us that 70% of our schools are A and B. 92% are A's, B's, and C's. From where I sat, the scores were inflated. And we owe it to the general public to be honest about what those scores reflect. And we owe it to our students to be honest about and transparent and do our best to offer the best we can with regards to our programs and our assessments. And we can talk about how inflated it is and what kind of adjustments we need to make relative to the degree it's inflated. But I think one of the problems that we have is that we have differences in expectations. And what I did was I looked at the BESI mission that we talked about here with this board. The BESI mission is to develop policies that provide opportunities for students to prepare them so that when they go into the workforce, they can help Louisiana to compete in the global economy. In my mind, that's a bold statement, compete in the global economy. When I talk to Superintendent Brumby's staff at the department, when we talk about career and college preparedness, what our goals are there. And I think that's where the expectations diverge. Because education means different things to different people. So one reference that I found was the Southern Regional Educational Board. And what I found there, and I passed it out to my colleagues on the board, and I'll share with you, is that the SREB provides a definition for career and college readiness. But Louisiana is one of 4 states in the SREB that does not define career and college readiness. So my point here is that if we could agree on a definition for career and college readiness, we would have to close that gap with regard to expectations and bring us all together, better aligned, so that we could be more efficient with this process. So I looked through all 17 states and the other states that did have a definition, and I didn't find one that really jumped out at me and said, that's the right fit for Louisiana. But I did find one that jumped out at me. I looked at Texas. They don't even speak to career readiness, but I thought they did an outstanding job speaking to college readiness. They articulated it very well and set very clear expectations for all their stakeholders. Just very briefly, they say that, and this is at the SREB website, for Texas, college readiness is a level of preparation the student must attain in English language, arts, and mathematics courses to enroll and succeed without remediation. So to me, that's the defining line of preparing kids for college without remediation. Every state doesn't include that with their definition. And that may be where Louisiana lands, I don't know. But they define it clearly. I'm preparing kids for college without remediation. They go on to say, it should be noted, however, that the measure of college readiness through the Algebra 2 and English 3 assessments will only be one piece of information that students, parents, and schools will have in making readiness determinations. Algebra 2 and English 3 are courses students typically take in grade 11. After students have taken these assessments and potentially met the college readiness performance standards, they will continue to take high-level courses, i.e. calculus and English 4 in grade 12. Students will need to continue to acquire content knowledge and perform at a high level in these courses to fully prepare for secondary activities. So I share that with you, not because it's the right fit for Louisiana, but just to try to make a point that they clearly set their expectations, that's where the focus is. So I'm just encouraging members of the board here, we could work with the Board of Regents and we could define career and college readiness for the state of Louisiana. I think it would bring us all together collectively to better focus on what we think career and college readiness means for our students. And then we could talk about the accountability system and what's appropriate to achieve our goals. Thank you.
Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first thank my colleagues who worked on the work group for the last several months. I know it's been extraordinarily difficult work to do. It's taken a lot of time. About a year ago, I think I was the one that made the motion to expand the work group, but the idea that the process would be more inclusive. We wanted to have everybody's voices heard, that there would be a process to do that. Thank your Orange Jones for leading that process. We're here today. I know that there's a substitute motion that's on the floor. I do hope that given the size of the crowd, which means that there's a lot of incredible interest in what we're doing because it is so very important, that we do get to get as much input as possible. If we're going to take a piece of the accountability system and adjust it, that we do spend the time necessary to get as much input as possible. What I hope we don't do is walk away today and say, well, we passed one piece and we just kick the can down the road indefinitely. To Mr. Morris's point, this is very important. I think we want to get it right. I appreciate all those who emailed me, texted me, emailed me some more, called me. It is incredibly important. We want to get this right. And I know that people have lots of different opinions. And although there's a really big crowd, I do hope that we leave from here gaining as much information, but also having a continued process to try to improve our accountability system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments on the board before public comment? Okay. We're going to go to public comment now. I do know that most of these cards were submitted prior to the substitute motion. If for some reason you do not wish to speak, just please let us know so we can go on. First is Dr. Deanna Pope with Louisiana School Board Association. Patrick Jenkins, Louisiana Association of School Superintendents. And Mr. David Laxter, LASS, if you can come down as well. And then Debbie Shum, before you all, if you all please come down. We will start.
We're still morning, so we're doing well with the agenda. Jan Pope, Executive Director of the Louisiana School Boards Association. That's members. In keeping with the Louisiana School Boards Association's mission and our guiding principles, funding for education, local autonomy, and a quality public education is what the LSBA has long advocated for in the state of Louisiana. And let me be very clear, we have always believed in accountability. We want accountability that is aligned, continuous, and equitable. 3 simple things. While there are parts of the current accountability system that meet those criteria, the system as a whole does not. One area of major concern is the recent proposed changes to high school accountability that you are looking at today. I realize that you were talking about deferring it, but just a few comments. It requires state assessments, and we are asking for alignment with all of our assessments. LEAP, ACTs, WORKEs, EOCs, just to name a few. It also does not recognize growth for all students. Requiring all high school students to take college courses is misaligned. And also, too, there's a misalignment of high school accountability in our TOPS program. This is a major decision, one that shouldn't be made upon minimal input. These changes will negatively impact our kids. And also, it doesn't take in consideration of our parents and recognizing their choice. Although we believe in accountability, as I said earlier, we're looking for a holistic accountability system that includes not only one academic achievement scores. We're looking for more than just one test a year, but it also encompasses other measures that provide our parents, our communities with a clear picture of what our schools have to offer. In this proposal, it's a one-size-fits approach, and it'll be used to recognize student academic growth regardless of the percentile rank. All students, regardless of whether they are going to college or not. Some may want to be homemakers. Some may want to go into the military. They will be required to take at least 2 college-level exams or earn 12 hours of credit to graduate. And last but not least, we have consensus with our membership. Students scoring a 17 on the ACT should get points in the accountability system as our state, that building next door, the Capitol, and our legislators recognize that those students get a TOPS Tech scholarship. So we at the LSBA will continue to advocate for alignment, continuity, and equity. And I want to say again, we believe in accountability. What we are asking today is to allow everyone to come to the table to provide more input. Let's look at what other states are doing. My time is going to run out, but I will say that our states in the top 10 do not look at ACT. They do not use ACT as the one and only holy grail. So let's take some more time together and allow everyone to put some input, especially with the research of what our top states do across our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. If you don't mind, that's the only microphone that's working on that table. Don't Ms. Keene. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Superintendent Bromley, best board members, and to the audience. First, before I begin, I want to recognize our last officers that I have behind me. We have David Braxton to my left, Ken Ortling to my right, and Sheldon Jones behind me, as well as Mike Falk in the audience. I also would like to recognize all of the superintendents that are currently in attendance, and if you just take a moment to stand, please. Thank you for your attendance.
Please, if you don't mind, for the record, if you could identify yourself and who you're with.
My apologies, Patrick Jenkins, Louisiana Association of School Superintendents. Dr. Martin Luther King said that we are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfounded conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. This is no time for apathy or compliance. This is a time for us to be a vigorous and positive action. He reminds us also that we need one another, and we are stronger together, and we march forward together. We cannot walk alone. So in this process, we want to walk with you. And so we definitely want to be able to say to you today that we as superintendents are definitely in favor of accountability. And we don't always get to tell our story. And so we want to have the opportunity to sit with you, to invest with our stakeholders, to improve the accountability system, and to avoid any discriminatory or potentially unintended consequences of the current recommendations that were put before you. I want to thank Mr. Garvey for the substitute motion and for the deferment and for the opportunity to be re-engaged in this conversation that we're going to have in these critical issues for the students of Louisiana. We're asking for true engagement. We're asking for you to keep talking with us, all of our stakeholders in Louisiana, and in this discussion to address some of the things that we see that are important in terms of equity and access for all students in Louisiana. We must continue to improve our system to achieve equitable access and outcomes for our students. However, painting a narrative under the current system that our high schools and our heroic work of educators and families across Louisiana, many of which are represented in this room, are failing students, are not preparing them for success after high school, is simply false. We want to work together. As philosopher Banazar points out, nothing good can ever come from actions driven by negative emotions or motivations. If we want positive results, then we must create a positive shared vision together, as we've done in the past, and build our successes instead of tearing down the progress we've made. Every person in this room wants positive, attainable results for our students that adequately prepares each for their future. Truly engaging our stakeholders in a shared positive vision is the key to transformatively changing outcomes for our students, similarly to how we are united in improving literacy and increasing early learning opportunities. I applaud the Department of Education invested members for your positive leadership in this work, as literacy is the #1 predictor of student success in high school and life. If we want to improve our accountability system, we must take a similar collaborative and positive approach. If we want to continue making positive progress towards educational equity and excellence for all, and set our schools and students up for success, then we must respectfully request that you not approve the current recommendation, and instead recommend we truly collaborate with the Department of Ed and other invested stakeholders consistent with positive shared vision and incorporate with a comprehensive approach in service of that vision. In doing so, we can make sure that special populations of students and less affluent systems aren't
indiscriminately valued, and we fulfill the promise of a high-quality, well-rounded education and civil rights for every student in Louisiana. So as I conclude, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and hopefully we have the opportunity to continue to speak with each other and engage with each other in this process of accountability. It's a big lift, but it's worth lifting for our children. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you. Next. Debbie Shaw.
Before while we're hearing comment, I need to know which sections specifically we're moving forward in the policy. Do you know, Mr. Garber, which section of
I
the?
think the superintendent can get with you to we'll watch that,
Okay.
designate that
Okay.
after the meeting. Thank you.
Ms. Shum, and then Mr. Laxter, if you can.
Good morning, my name is Debbie Shum. I am a retired principal and I'm a current school board member in St. John the Baptist Parish. I attended the Accountability Council meeting last month, and it was stated that 71% of high schools have A's and B's and only 40% of elementary schools have A's and B's. And it seemed as if the intent of this change to accountability was simply to make sure that we lower the number of A's and B's for high school. This type of punitive formula will result in not only increasing teacher shortages, but will result in administrative shortages as well. If the goal is to make sure that we have equal A's and B's in elementary, then why not look at how we measure elementary schools and change their formula? The goal should be to measure what is best for students and allowing schools, parents, counselors, and students to take courses that allow them the opportunity to grow and expand their individual talents. I also looked up the top 5 states in the United States in education. Massachusetts, New Jersey, Connecticut, Minnesota, Wisconsin. They measure 3 things. They measure tests for high school, they measure graduation rate, and they measure absenteeism and chronic absenteeism. I think that when we talk about what we want to change, that we really need to look hard. The concerns that I have with this particular formula is that when we give 0 points to students who graduate on time and with top score or credentials, it does not provide an accurate indication of what the high school has accomplished with its students. Saying that they get credit for graduation is only part of the formula. If you get 0 points for strength or diploma, then you lose 20 points on the 100-point scale for SBS. Also, has anyone on the committee looked at the percentage of overage 9th graders? I know a district that has 38% of their 9th graders overage. It's actually an amazing fact that they get those students to graduation in 4 years, and they would get no points for achieving that accomplishment. Schools that have a high percentage of students with disabilities and ELL learners would be at a significant disadvantage because many of those students have to repeat classes, or they may not be able to meet the criteria or have room in their schedule to take and pass IB, AP, and dual enrollment classes. Students who are involved in sports, clubs, and activities and are currently taking all of the top score classes may have to choose between participating in activities that build character and allow them to become well-rounded students. Many college applications rate activities and clubs as a part of their admittance process. This proposed system was not developed in consultation with parents, teachers, school administrators, and other stakeholders. As a matter of fact, at the Accountability Council meeting, there was no motion passed to approve this proposal. I believe that we do need to revamp what we are measuring. I think that increasing the amount of the test is correct. The 0 on the strength of diploma for people who graduate on time, to me, is simply not acceptable.
Ms. Shum, your time.
Okay, I just got one more sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
This proposal just adds more of the same thing that has not changed our education outcomes in the last 20 years. I'm asking that VESI members please consider rescinding this proposal back to a commission or committee that will work on revamping the proposal into one that will truly measure what successful school indicators should be and not just change the formula to reduce the number of A and B high schools that currently exist. Thank you.
Mr. Gordon Ford, Dr. Ken Oderly, Mr. Clay Corley, and Ms. Megan Brown. Jordan, if you don't mind, please identify yourself. Thank you.
Sure, good morning. Gordon Ford, Executive Director, Lincoln Preparatory School. In 2012, the Department of Education began reporting on students earning post-secondary credentials. At that time, 41.3% of students graduated with credentials. Over the past 12 years, that number has improved to 51.6%. However, there are vast inequities in credential attainment. Despite all the talk we've heard about equity, in the past 10 years, the gap between black students and white students has actually gotten worse. In 2012, the gap was 25.2%. In 2021, the gap has widened to 29%. With a whopping 67% of white students earning credentials and only 38% of black students. And so when I hear folks say it's too hard, who's it too hard for? When I hear folks say it costs too much, who's it cost too much for? I understand that many folks have opposition to the proposed changes, but I would ask them, what would you do differently over the next 10 years to ensure that this gap does not continue to grow? When it comes to accountability, for many schools and districts, letter grades are used to make comparisons to other schools and districts. But for charter schools, these grades are existential. When our accountability system fails to recognize the amazing work done by our charter schools, our schools are put at risk of closure. While far from perfect, the current proposal is far better than the status quo, and is the first real attempt at encouraging equity and closing achievement gaps between white and black students, and between economically disadvantaged students and more well-off students. Unfortunately, much of the conversation around this proposal seems to be about school scores and letter grades, instead of about what's actually best for students. Advocacy is important. Opposition is important. Politics is important. But opposition without real solutions is counterproductive, and it continues the harm being done to marginalized students. The current proposal is far from perfect, but it's better than what we have. And if we continue to fail to recognize the growth and the hard work in post-secondary readiness that our schools are doing, we continue to harm marginalized students. I ask you not to make perfection the enemy of progress. Thank you.
Ms. Megan Brown here. Ms. Irma Trosclair. Ms. Kelly Cook. Tommy Weiler. Ms. Trosclair.
Yes, I'll wait, agree wholeheartedly with, last, Mr. G, as well as fellow Susan.
Kelly Cook.
I'm here, I agree with.
Donna Garrett. Michael Falk. Mr. Falk. Jeff Powell. Paxton Tedley. Laffy Jones. Dr. John Bartholomew. Millie Harris. Mr. William Kennedy. Caroline Romer. Kelly Joseph. Ms. Harris, if you can just identify yourself and start, thank you.
Sure. Thank you all so much for hearing me this morning. I'm Millie Harris, Executive Director of JCFA. We operate non-traditional dropout prevention and recovery high schools across Louisiana. I'm here today with mixed emotions. I believe in rigor for all students. I want to see all students have a rigorous curriculum and provided rigorous pathways, because I believe that all students are capable of going beyond the basic high school diploma. I have a concern with the proposal. In the new index that will replace strength of diploma, if you read it carefully, and I'm going to read the policy to you, if you read it carefully, I think you will understand where my concern is. In the current SPS, it states, that schools will receive 0 points for non-graduates without a high set. That means any student who is part of a cohort who does not complete high school, the school receives a 0 in cohort graduation and a 0 in strength of diploma. In the proposed index, graduates who do not fall into one of the other categories earn a 0. Which means that if a student does not graduate, they are not in the denominator. Math is scary, but this is a simple equation. If you have 1,000 points and 100 students, if all 100 students count, they are worth 100 points, right? 1,000 divided by 110, right? Math is not a thing. However, if I'm not graduating 20, 30, 40, 50% of my students, that denominator decreases and that product goes up. I'm going to give you a real world scenario. And Dr. Bovee, I'm sorry I'm picking on Lafayette, but it's one of the areas that I support. In 2019, which is the last, what I feel is least tampered graduation information. We didn't have major pandemics, we didn't have major storms, right? Lafayette High School had a graduation rate of 87.8%. So out of 100 students, almost 89 students walked across the stage, which means that 89 students would be in that denominator. Northside High had 59.1%, which means only 60 students are in that denominator. No matter what that numerator is, if you have fewer students in the denominator, the outcome is going to be a higher score. I'm asking you all to count all students. Put dropouts and non-graduates in that denominator. Thank you.
Ms. Romer.
Good morning. Caroline Romer, Executive Director, Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools. First, let me thank the BESTE members, the department for all the work that's taken place over the last year regarding accountability. I do want to say that LAPCS was the sole and only voice that spoke publicly for your meetings to be held in public. So when we hear people talking about the process not being a good one, imagine if we have not had those meetings in public. It is very important. I totally agree that there should be more voices in the process, and I do believe we set a process up that allowed for people to come into a room and listen and participate. LAPCS is at the table today in support of the proposal, with a recognition that not all of our membership embrace the proposal. Many have concerns, as you heard from one of my favorite members, Melly Harris, today, about pieces of the proposal. But we do not believe that, as someone said, we should let the perfect get in the way of progress. So whether it's because of process, politics, or points, we do recognize that there are issues that we should continue to work through with this proposal. However, we did not have a single charter member of LAPCS argue about the areas that we're looking at. K2, literacy, growth, or the high school scores. Not one member emailed, called, texted to argue that those were not problems. They all agree they are, and we believe that you have put in proposal things that start addressing those issues. We are a state that cannot read. We are a state that is not appropriately recognizing schools that are creating great academic outcomes for all children, in particular, Black and brown children. We are a state, as said here, that 70% of our high schools are rated A and B. We can't read, but we are A and B high schools. It does not sync up. It does not make sense. And I said it, we supported the proposal a year ago, and we're supporting it again. We need to do something. We've been talking about accountability for 20 years. I've been doing this job for 15 years. I have a son that's in high school. He's not going to get to see any of these changes. He'll be okay, but what about all the other kids that don't have those same resources? We need to act with urgency. Maybe this isn't the right proposal. Maybe we need more time for people to come and talk about it. I'm ready for people to come to the table with a plan. Don't tell me what you don't like about it. Tell me how you're going to fix the problem that we clearly have. So to all the members of LAPCS, I applaud them for the hard work they do every day. As stated, charters live and die through accountability. So we're ready for an accountability formula that works on behalf of our students, that we root ourselves in, and we move forward and do the work. Again, thank you for all the work that's been done. Thomas Lambert has been nothing but someone that we could ask for things from and talk with them on things. So we do appreciate the hard work that's been there. It does not sound like this is going to happen today, but I urge you not to just throw it out. Let's keep pushing on this on behalf of children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Broom. Next up, Lee Valdez. Ms. Miranda Watson. Edward Galman. Joshua John Paul. Rashida Felder. Cammie Henley. Dr. Aaron Bendley. Angela Beck. Brant Osborne.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Brant Osborne. I'm the president of the St. Anthony Federation of Teachers and School Employees. I do just speak for my constituents in St. Anthony. This is obviously a very important topic. I started out in 2002 as a teacher. Not too long after that, we encountered iniquity, which is one of the greatest examples of government overreach in American history. Metaphorically, that initiative was basically a government agent knocking on every door saying, "Hello, I'm from the government. I'm here to test your kid, and test your kid, and test your kid." And at the root of that desire to test was the great lie that was perpetuated by the government and embraced by society at the time, that in order for a child to be successful, that child had to go to college and graduate, a four-year traditional academic college. Since then, I think government has still latched on to that idea, but society's moved on. They are asking for a variety of ways for our children to compete not just in the global economy, but close to home, the Louisiana economy. Lots of government programs have wonderful names. They sound laudable, they sound great, but the devil's always in the details. One thing that Nickleby gave us was the concept of subgroups, high-stakes subgroups. And so what they did is they took our children, individuals, and they crudely separated them into little melting pots based on race, socioeconomic status, special education, home situation. And they turned our children into data points that were then weaponized against teachers and administrators. And that pressure has created a lot of fear. Some people talk about not just the teacher shortage, but the administrator shortage. It's all coming, it's all here. The fear to address those subgroups, because you can't be a good school unless all of the children, including the subgroups, are performing. It's caused them to reach for vendors out-of-state consultants spending a lot of tax dollars looking for the cure instead of being empowered to find local solutions. And I really wish that's what we had. ESSA allowed states, they pulled back that federal overreach and allowed states to choose whether or not they wanted to have a high-stakes component, yet our state chose to double down. And I would argue this is a failed model. We do need, absolutely, we need accountability, but this is a failed model that is siphoning the joy out of teaching and learning. And so people speak with passion about children. I speak with passion about children. I've seen firsthand the destruction that this model is causing. It is a tyranny. It is a tyranny. We need greater local control, not less. And you guys are a subdivision of government. So think about that. You double down on this testing thing that you didn't have to. Other states, Florida, they pulled back from that high-stakes model. I say we go back to the drawing board, scrap what you have and start over. Mr. Brumley, Superintendent Brumley, is just getting started. He could be that visionary that takes us past the John White era. Are we really better off since Nickleby in 2012 with Act 1? We're worse off. But I do think this board can change that, and I do think Superintendent Brumley can change that. But we need parents involved, absolutely. We need teacher voices involved, student voices. So I don't have that plan for you, but I'm just saying we keep heading down the wrong path. Thank you.
Dr. Bender.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Erin Bendley, and I have the pleasure of serving as Vice President for Policy for the Pelican Institute for Public Policy here in Louisiana. I first want to say thank you for all the time and effort that you put into this review process of our accountability system over the last year. I was able to go to, if not every meeting, watch every meeting, any meeting that I missed. I appreciated that those videos were available, the presentations were available. There was a lot of data. Anyone who says that they did not see data throughout this process is not paying attention or not engaging in good faith. There was a lot of data and a lot of hard work that you all put into this, the department put into this, and it is greatly appreciated. It's been a very educational process, and one that there are several areas in which our current system is not sufficiently informing parents and the public about student learning or school performance, as well as areas where schools are not being motivated to help kids reach their full potential, and ultimately exit our educational system truly college and career ready. As you discussed yesterday, we have a crisis with only 38% of our third graders on grade level as they begin their educational journey. Sadly, that number improves very little as they progress and ultimately arrive in high school. As they move up, the system does not adequately value and motivate growth to mastery, the bar that this board set as the expectation for student learning. The accountability system awards 80% of points for achieving below proficient levels only, with little incentive to push kids to get to that next step, which is true proficiency of the content we're asking them to learn. In the high school, our accountability system awards significant points for ACT scores well below what we know are college-ready benchmarks. We award full 100 points for the lowest level credentials that don't align with workforce demands or a living wage. We give 200 points for graduation alone at an approaching basic standard, 2 full standards below proficiency, with no college or career credentials whatsoever. So we shouldn't be all that surprised that 10,000 students a year graduate from our public schools and go into our higher ed system requiring remediation. It should come as no surprise that employers continue to tell us that our graduates don't have the skills they need. We say all the time that students will rise to the goals that we set for them, but we are setting our expectations for schools at much lower levels. What we have today are policy statements that say one thing and actual policies that do another. We say proficiency in college and career readiness are the goals, but the accountability system generously rewards school performance well below those standards. We're getting exactly what the system is incentivizing, but it's not what we want for our kids. It's indeed a crisis But it's not just a K-3 crisis, it's at all levels. And we have to acknowledge that, and I believe the work that this group has done over the last year shows that. The good news is that now we know exactly what's not aligned and what's not working, and we can do something about it. Something has to change. Parents and the public deserve a clearer, more accurate reporting system. Kids whose educational experience is right now being shaped by these motivators in our schools need adults focused on the appropriate North Star. We encourage you to be bold, to correct the flaws that this review process has revealed, and bring the system into full alignment with your stated goals for student achievement. The cost of not doing so is more of the same, and our kids will pay the price. We appreciate all the work that has gone into this and remain committed to supporting this in any way we can, because it is about our children, their future, and the future of our state. They deserve our very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kimberly. Ms. Angela Beck.
Hi, Angela Beck with Redesign Schools, Louisiana. I appreciate again the opportunities in front of you. As you know, I've come to a ton of the work groups, and I feel like the work that you guys are doing is, you've heard us. Does that make sense? You heard us when we said, hey, anybody scoring below a basic, the high score they can get no matter how much they grow is a 37.5. And I think that was some of the crux for you to investigate what is happening with our accountability system, which I appreciate. There's so many of you that actually understood that and got that and said, hey, let's make a difference with this. So I appreciate your efforts on that. The 3 through 8 with the growth, I mean, adding more to it and focusing on the bottom 25, I'm all for that. You know, there's nothing about that. I feel like y'all are bringing to us what we were asking for in that regard. I do ask, though, if we're going to do a measure of that the test does measure growth as it should. With students of English language learners, students with disabilities that don't qualify for the Leap Connect, students that have different, you know, demographic backgrounds or life backgrounds, let's just be honest, that the test is written in a way to celebrate opportunities for students to succeed. Because when a student sees, hey, I'm unsatisfactory or I'm approaching basic, they get it. I don't care who you are. They understand I'm not good. I did something wrong. I'm bad. And we don't want to teach our students at such an early age that they have no hope of getting to a better place in their educational career. I think if we celebrate growth a little bit more and say, hey, look, you grew. You got credit for this. The teachers got credit for this. The schools got credit for this. You will see more people like being excited about this and pushing and wanting more for students. It's hard keeping teachers in schools right now because honestly, sometimes they say, well, my students are still low and I'm doing everything I can. Doing everything I can to raise the bar. And we've got some gaps right now and we're working on it. So with that said, again, test alignment I do ask for. In regards to high school, I think the biggest question obviously is around strength of diploma, right? I brought this up at the last work group. There was a data point with 42% of students making it, who went to college. Of the kids that went to college, 42% made it to their second year. Well, what are the commonalities with those students? Like, what makes those students so special? Can't we pull some data points from those 42% and figure out, was it, they had great attendance maybe while they were in high school? I don't know, but like, can't we see what that is and consider that? No, my time's up, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Beck. Mr. Larry Carter Jr. Ms. Trish Clark. Kate Swinburne. Barry Irwin. And then Jeremy Kirk.
Good morning, Larry Carter, President of the Louisiana Federation of Teachers and School Employees. On behalf of the educators and students they teach, I'm asking you to delay these changes so that we can work together to get it right and pass meaningful changes. Changes that will appropriately recognize, value, and incentivize our students' hard work and academic progress and the work teachers do to guide and teach our children. Students are forced to use precious educational time repeatedly practicing how to take a test instead of actually learning the skills needed to succeed in life. They're learning that it doesn't really matter how hard they work throughout the year because all the adults at school care about is how they do on the test. New teachers learn quickly that they need to shelve their idealistic notions about what it means to be a teacher and focus on making sure their kids do well on a very specific test. Too many feel like they have to tamper down their passions and creativity for teaching or find another profession. Under these changes, many students will be forced into college-level courses before they're ready, and the grades they get in that course will follow them through their college career. Some students have a lot of success pursuing a career path that doesn't involve college. But if these students don't pass 2 college-level exams or earn 12 hours of college credit, their school gets 0 points. Even if that school is setting their students up for success past graduation. A skilled teacher doesn't regurgitate a carefully scripted curriculum. A real teacher has to meet their students where they are, not where they might want them to be or where some arbitrary rubric says that they should be there, and then penalize the school, the teacher, and the student for failing. We need an accountability system that supports all students in that education and allows every child a chance to succeed. Please press pause and let's work together and get this right. Thank you.
Ms. Swinburne.
Members, Superintendent Brumley, I'm Kate Swinburne. I am the president of Youth Force NOLA. I was here in June. In fact, when we talked about higher education and making sure young people are ready for college and dual enrollment. So I want to just reinforce, Youth Force, as you know, partners with open enrollment high schools, technical training and higher education partners, employers, young people and their families, to build systems that prepare young people to become the most sought after talent for hiring and advancement in our region's highway pathways. As a former urban district chief of data and accountability, I understand the complexity of what you are considering today. And I want to let you know that Youth Force has actively participated in the department's process over the past year with a focus on what our young people need to be prepared for success in college, career, and life. I support the department's recommendations to raise standards for our high school students so that those standards are more in line with expectations for what will prepare our young people for success in higher education and out in industry. In particular, the proposed shifts to the Strength of Diploma Index are in line with Youth Force's envisioned graduate profile, and the overall proposed changes in the weights between categories of the accountability system better reflect what will be needed for our young people to be successful after high school. Career-connected learning helps schools improve student achievement and attainment across all measures of the high school accountability system, both current and proposed. And I think we would see it maximized then in this proposed new system. If the proposed modifications are approved, Youth Force will work with the department and local New Orleans partners to implement with quality. And so we hope to do that soon.
Thank you. Mr. Irwin.
Thanks very much. I'm Barry Irwin. I'm president of Council for a Better Louisiana. And I first want to just start real quickly by thanking everybody who's been involved with this process for the work that they've done and the hard effort that they have put into this. I can say it's been a very interesting process. We have all learned a lot as we have gone through this. It's been, I think, gratifying the way that groups like ours and others have been able to provide input, feedback, and to watch and see how the proposal has developed, and I think improved as we have gone through this process. From our point of view at Cable, we believe this is a strong proposal. Certainly, it doesn't do everything that everybody wants it to do. I think that's almost an impossible task. But I think the goal that we always try to go forward with from our organization is to try and make the progress where we can, whether it's incremental or to whatever degree we can. We think this does move the ball forward in a variety of areas. We think the K-2 literacy component is critical. We know we need to address that, and thankfully that part is still on the table as we speak. But we also think it did a good job of trying to put a focus on our lowest performing kids, provide additional incentives for our schools to grow those kids and get those kids to the grade level where we know that they need to be. I think the college and career readiness component was also a strong one. A definition perhaps notwithstanding, but I think it does address a lot of our needs there. And I think overall provide more clarity and transparency in a very complicated and sometimes obtuse formula that we have, at least from the public's perspective. I do hope that we don't, just as the people said, kick this can down the road. One thing this process has shown us is that we do have a system that does have problems, that does have some flaws. We could probably tweak this forever, but I don't think we can go on forever in doing that. That only kind of disrupts our schools and our processes further if we do that. But I'll close by saying we do thank everybody for the work. I think this was a strong proposal, and we hope we will see Bessie be able to come back in short term and enact a more comprehensive approach that really will be for the benefit of all our kids. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Ms. Kirk?
Good afternoon, Superintendent Brumley, Bessie board members. My name is Sharon Curve. I'm the supervisor of special education in St. Bernard Parish, but today I'm here to represent Louisiana Association of Special Education Administrators, which is referred as LASIA. I have spent the last 4 years on the executive team for LASIA and the last 15 years as an active member. In addition, I've served on the seat panel for the Department of Ed, which is the Special Education Advisory Panel. Currently also serving on the Governor's Council for College and Career Readiness. I'm a founding and active member of the Special Education Fellow Academy and a mentor, coach, and advisor. I serve on many boards across the state, and my educational aspects also branch right into my district. Currently, I am only the second supervisor, and I say that because I have been here through thick and thin. I'm the second supervisor in St. Bernard Parish, which may be unheard of and unprecedented, but I've tried to navigate our teachers through this process for the last 33 years, and I'm not going to stop until we come up with an accountability system that is right for kids with disabilities. Today, I'm an advocate. I'm a stakeholder who wears many hats. I often find myself networking with many different individuals, but common conversations always seem to loop right back to a few things. 1, individualized programming. 2, appropriate assessments. And 3, positive outcomes. What does programming look like? It's individualized coursework for these students. It's meeting the challenges of significant cognitive disabilities of students with disabilities in both the LEAP Connectors or LEAP Connect assessments as well as Equal Done. I'm here to find the pathways, assist the department with finding pathways through the Jumpstart program, and just before long to award points for programming for our students with disabilities. Taking a look at assessments. Yes, we have LEAP Connect. There's life skills, functional skills that these kids are taking on every single day. We need points for them. We need to recognize that. We need these principals and superintendents to be rewarded for putting forth a lot of effort, a lot of work. In April, they demonstrate proficiency in a different manner. It's okay to be different. Outcomes. What are outcomes for our students? How can we reward them? Yes, getting credentials and having emerging and advanced and basic credentials are important. But some of our students go through programs such as Paycheck, Bossier City Community College. They go to Baton Rouge Community College, Southeastern Lions Club, Lions Program, Nickel State Bridge to Independence. These programs are so rewarding for our students, and they need to be rewarded somehow in this accountability system. Stakeholder input. I have been fortunate to work alongside Thomas Lambert with the department. In the last 3 meetings we've had, which, you know, Zooms last 45 minutes, ours has gone over, got kicked out, got back in. We have worked really closely together for that. I've worked with Meredith Jordan over the last year and a half. I've worked with Jessica Valongo for my life. She's like my work partner through this when she was in St. Bernard and now here at the department. But I feel like I have the eyes and ears of our superintendent, Dr. Katie Brumley here, because he told me when he took office, he was here to listen to our students with disabilities and what we have to offer and how can we make a difference in the state of Louisiana. As a result, I am asking that we not just be treated as a subgroup, but be treated as your and our citizens in the strength of deployment. I want to see that the simulations are reflective in this accountability system. I want to develop individualized plans that are based on data, but individualized pathways that are attainable. And we can document that through IGPs, IEPs, transition plans. I want to develop an accountability system to align with programs that are challenging, but more importantly, appropriate and individualized for these specific students' needs, growth, and outcomes. We need an accountability system, as Temple Brandon said, different, not less. Different, not less. Equitable for all kids, not just students of color, race, diverse learners, all students. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Brumley, for all of your hard work that you have put forth for students with disabilities. I want to thank the committee, and I want to thank Bessie board members from the bottom of my heart. But I really want to thank the students of Louisiana, the students with disabilities and those parents who are going day in and day out to bring their kids to school and to provide an appropriate education for our students. Thank you.
Mr. Marcus Thomas opposes the recommendation to speak. Dr. Tia Mills, Karanda Corley, and Patty Glazer. Dr. Mills.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, thank you. Dr. Tia Mills, President of the Louisiana Association of Educators. I'm sitting before you today, urging for the reconsideration of this proposal until a later date. As a special education teacher representing thousands of members across this great state, I receive the concerns that members have regarding accountability. As a member who serves on the Accountability Council, I have a number of concerns regarding the proposal and what this would mean for our students. As a person who works in the trenches, it is important to know that we are all expected to be held accountable each day. Students are accountable for their grades. Educators are responsible for ensuring that their instruction, leadership, and guidance are adequately being instilled in the minds of our children. There are adjustments that can be made, and there was information I requested. We have a huge issue that many of us must continue to lift up. While we are pushing for more accountability, it is critical to have certificated employees to ensure that the needs are being met. We must also factor in the many variables serving as barriers for our students to perform at their maximum potential. We are not against accountability. We are for accountability with input from all stakeholders. The sooner we can do the aforementioned things, then the sooner we will move to the path of success together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Karanda Corley. I am a proud parent and disabilities advocate, locally, regionally, statewide, and nationally. Winston Churchill stated, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Our children with disabilities represent a quarter of the students that are enlisted into our schools in Louisiana. A quarter, or should I say almost 300,000. Christopher Reeve once stated, "A hero is an ordinary individual who finds the strength to preserve and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles." That's something that parents of children with disabilities and our educators and our children have to face every single day. Because our staff is not providing actual information and actual tools to actually help the children with disabilities. As Ms. Caroline Roma stated earlier, we have children that are graduating from schools that don't even know how to read and write and don't know how to write their name. How is that possible? The possibility of that is because our state Department of Education, also known as BESI, is failing to have real, true accountability measures. Implementation and enforcement should never fall by the wayside, but it does. Why? According to Louisiana revisions in the government, it states that this body is supposed to govern every local educational agency, and that is not happening. So now you have children that are actually matriculating through a school system that cannot go to a post-secondary institution, such as Xavier University or Dillard University or Southern University or Grambling University or LSU, and actually be able to receive some type of post-secondary learning because they can't read and write. And it's all simply because our individualized education plans are not being followed because there is no real true accountability happening on the state level. I can have this conversation with Meredith Jordan or Kay Brumley, but it's not happening when we have elected officials like you that are sitting there that don't know what accountability really is supposed to look like. So what do you tell a parent like me? Or better yet, what should you tell my son, Corinne? A child with a disability that is a black man, that actually knows how to write his name, that actually knows how to read. But it's not just because of the teachers that are so dedicated to working in it. It is because he has a mother that is dedicated, that knows that education is the key. And so when we tell these children with disabilities, hey, go around the corner, or you're not important, it's not because they saw a test standard. They don't know anything about those test standards. Zachary school system is the #1 state in this, #1 school system in this state, and yet they don't adhere to these same standards. So I think that we need to look at that. Last but definitely not. Yes.
If you don't mind, if you wrap it up, thank you.
Yes, I am. Helen Keller once stated, "A bend in the road is not the end of the road unless you fail to make the turn." I'm asking that Bessie actually make the turn and you allow parents of children with disabilities to be at the table along with you as we work on addressing accountability. And last but definitely not least, Mr. Robert M. Hensel stated, "There is no greater disability in society than the inability to see a person as more." We need to see all children, children with disabilities, as more. They are equally important as every child that you serve in any school system in this state. Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon. As the head of School of Discovery, Dr. Patty Glazer, as the head of School of Discovery for pre-K through 12 schools and chair of the Accountability Council, I agree that realigning the accountability formula is needed. High school scores are inflated. I think changing so many measures at one time make the outcomes difficult to focus on and attain for administrators, students, and families. Discovery schools are open enrollment schools with consistent AP academic performance and subgroup performances in the 77th percentile. I've worked on BESI Council and Commission since the 1990s. We found the art of compromise then, and I hope you find the art of compromise here between the department's proposal, BESI's concerns, and educators' input. I am coming with potential solutions. Here's what I'm asking you to consider. Support banding for ACT scores, but allow a 17, which is tops the line, to receive points. I know it's not the score we're aiming for, but it is tops the line. Students who graduated 4 years without credentialing should earn at least 25 points, not a 0 on the strength diploma. While just graduating is not enough, it's also not nothing, and a 0 is nothing. A student that earns a high school degree should be given some credit on the school grade calculation. These plans are big and vast. They need to start with our 8th graders because that's when graduation plans start. These changes should not come into effect until educators can help make our current 8th graders align their graduation plans with this. Starting with our sophomores right now, it's too late. I think that's 27, 28, but that's a difficult calculation, but it should start with our 8th graders. I understand the need for K-2 accountability. I hope that the chosen assessment is developmentally appropriate for our young children and that we don't have K-2 students sitting trying to take something that looks anything like a LEAP test. If the new measures pass for high school requiring more college courses and career credentialing, I hope that LDO makes applying for and receiving reimbursement for CDF, F, and SFA courses easier and more accessible. The number of students enrolled in CSA courses will increase significantly with the new formula in place. I certainly hope the department is prepared with significant funding increases to cover these costs. These changes cannot amount to unfunded mandates for high schools. Thank you for considering these considerations, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. That concludes public comments. Any other comments from the board?
Yes,
Mr. Garber.
Mr. Chairman. I wanted to point out that, as I understand it, the plan over the next 2 months is to seek more engagement from the parties that are interested in giving input on this plan. Just wanted to state that publicly.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Dr. Beaufort.
Thank you. Well, I also want to thank the individuals who spent so much time studying what we have in place and being thoughtful about what we need to do about on behalf of the students and the educators in our state. And I think one of the large takeaways is connected to growth and how we add more growth into the system or a reward for our student growth into the system. And so I know there was a very comprehensive proposal in front of us that we will likely be hearing more about it in October, but I do just want to pause and say and ask the department, what do we need to do to help establish our state, be ready to add growth to the system in the future? So I understand, you know, our tests were created at a time where growth really wasn't part of the conversation. And I hope that we're moving, and I want to do whatever we can as a board to move to a place to where we can add growth into the system in the future. Because I think the point about our schools who work really hard and have a lot of success in growing students need to be recognized for it.
Yeah, briefly, I would say that I think that there is growing support among members on the board to recognize growth. I think that one of the things that has to happen, however, is to make sure that the calculation, the way in which we are determining growth, truly represents real growth. And so that is part of the conversation that has happened over the last couple of months. And listening to the conversation here today, it seems like we can continue to work on that over the next short order, because we do need to make sure that we are recognizing that in the schools where it is truly taking place, and particularly some of the students who have some of the most challenges, and recognizing schools and educators that grow those children, I think also has value. So I think it is a conversation that has growing momentum even among the board, but I don't guess we are yet at that point where we have fully stalled for it. The point about the test that you raised is the test that presently is being used, and this is a comment that we've shared over the last couple of months, really doesn't have the ability to check growth at the granularity that we would like in the lower achievement levels, and so we have to continue to work on that as well.
Dr. Davis, it's on your hand.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear on the K-2 part. So there's no class component to what we're voting on today. It's all literacy and the expectation that we're also going to add a numeracy assessment at some point. Is that
So
correct?
it is the literacy screener beginning and end. The observational piece was moved to the interest and opportunities component after a ton of conversation with individuals such as yourself. And what we would be exploring over the course of the next year is what would make sense in terms of a math component for this as well. But with it being a new lift statewide, we just felt like literacy, especially given all the conversation yesterday and knowing what we have to solve there, was a good place to start.
And at some point before we do the final vote, I'd like the motion reread just so we all know where we are.
Ms. Orton Jones and then Ms. Bochet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a follow-up, Dr. Dolby. So I think the recommendation that was put forward by the department after over almost a year of discussion at the work group level and then certainly engagement was a proposal, and is a proposal on growth, right? It recognizes how to move the bottom 25% students further, faster, and it obviously increases the weighting. So I just want to make sure I understand your question. Do you think there's something different? What does this proposal do that you think needs to be done differently for us to have a conversation about growth, which is an incredibly important part of the plan?
So my interest is specifically around the test itself and the ability to distinguish. My understanding, from what you guys have been studying is that our tests were developed before people really started talking about growth. We started talking about growth more with ESSA. We made that part of our ESSA plan, but our tests had already been in place then. And so I want us to start shifting the test. I don't know what that is going to entail, right? How much work has to be done to start shifting the test so that you have the right instrument in place as this board and maybe a future board or, the next board figure out exactly where that should be in our state. And so for me, it's about the instrument. I want us to have a good, strong instrument, and I want a contribution of what you all have learned over the past year to be, okay, we don't exactly have the test we need to do what we want to do, because I think collectively the board is interested in recognizing growth at a higher level. And so let's build the instruments to get there, is the point I'm making.
Yeah, and I still want to thank all of the people who gave public comment, the educators out there, as well as the superintendents who were here with us this morning, and the committee that's been working on these proposals. I do think we need time and additional input to get these college and career-ready indicators really the way that we think they should be within our educational system and the proper weights assigned to each of those. The growth piece, I'm in alignment with Dr. Bogey has been talking about in terms of the instrument. I think the instrument really needs, the assessments need to be aligned, and not just the K-8, but all the way through the high school and with the ACT as well, so that we have that seamless alignment, that as we are looking at, if we're keeping this ACT task, that we're looking at how are we preparing all of our students for when they enter to be successful through at the high school level. And if those assessments are not aligned, I think we're falling short in that particular measure. The growth piece going along with it, I do want to look at raising these lowest level kids, but the instruments in these is extremely important as well, and how we accomplish that. And most importantly, or as importantly, is I do not think we have proper pathways for our special needs kids and our ELL kids. And when I think the comment that Ms. Kirk made, different does not mean less. Different means different. So if we're going to have meaningful pathways for our significantly disabled kids, our young kids, then we need to put those in place prior to adopting any proposal. Because those kids need to know, and we need to incentivize districts to introduce programs where those kids can be successful all the way through their K-12 career. And and to me, that's one of the major pieces of this, that we get on board with any of these proposals. So looking at that, especially and celebrating the diversity, I mean, we heard a lot about equity, in terms of ethnicity, and race, and all this. But we also need some equity in terms of students with disabilities and our English language learners. And if we can't get together an accountability proposal that incentivizes all of our districts and schools to develop programs with every child, then maybe we have not really gotten the right proposal together. So I would implore within the next 2 months, if we're going to work on this and come up with something meaningful for October, that we incorporate the things that we've just been talking about within these proposals.
Ms. Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little clarification, Mr. Garvey, I really appreciate your motion, your substitute motion. I'd like to get a little guidance for myself and perhaps the public in terms of what should we expect to happen over the next 2 months in terms of process to get additional engagement, input, so that when we come back in October, where should we be? What should we expect? And I'm not sure if you or Dr. Brumley have given any thought to what might happen over the course of the next 2 months. But I appreciate the motion, but would like a little more clarification.
Well, there has been some talk about that, but the plan would come from the superintendent, so I would refer to him on that.
Dr. Brumley?
Well, I think that after this meeting, I'll be more willing to give you, Mr. Castillo, as well as the rest of the members of the board, and determine what the best course of action would be relevant to that. I would hate to speak to it now, and that might be accurate, the best way to move forward.
I'd like to be engaged in it. Thank you.
Ms. Holloway.
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for Ms. Davis. We just received this paperwork, and I've asked her some questions in regards to what's stipulated here to make certain that we are following with the motion that Mr. Garvey has versus what's in this sheet, and that we're aligned with what's taking place. And she was going to explain it because I wanted to make certain that our board members understood. But she won't get. So maybe.
I believe that what's on that sheet is from a previous agenda item.
Well, it has information about algebra, kindergarten through 8th grade. It's just to make certain that all board members understand what's in front of us, that it aligns with your motion. Was 8th grade assessment? Okay.
I don't know if this answers your question, Ms. Holloway, but what Mr. Garvey's motion does is it proposes to move forward with the bulletin revisions that are related to the K-2 accountability formula while deferring everything else.
I understand that, but there's information on this form here that relates to this motion that I'm questioned about because it talks about Algebra 1 test results, and I wanted clarity on why is this information on this form that, and I wanted to know why is this here in regards to algebra assessments for 8th grade, and we're talking about K-2. So Shannon's got clarity on
Yes, so the handout, so Jim's motion says to move forward with, Mr. Garvey's motion is to move forward with K-2. So with that, that's section 405 only then. So all the other sections want to be presented for your approval. The underlined information is the new information for C and for letter 1, you have it in front of you. But we also had to move down some information that was already in policy to another section. So that's why that is underlined. So you see on the back where it has the reference to Algebra 1 test, that was already in policy. It's just moved down. And when we move it down, we have to underline it to show that it's moving to a new number.
So what you're saying is although this is underlined below this, there's no change in it at all.
Correct.
It's just moved to a different section of the policy.
Correct.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure it wasn't conflicting with.
Yeah, and that's why you got to have this, you can't just say,
New
move to
proposal.
approve K2, you have to show exactly what that is.
Ms. Holloway, if you look at section H, which is got a line through it, that's just been moved to section I.
Yeah, we got that clear.
Thank you, Ms. Holloway. I didn't have it in front of me.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we were voting on something and then we know that we want to come back and visit certain items and then I didn't want it.
Dr. Bell.
Ms. Davis, I believe you handed us two different copies. Are they the same thing or are they different?
Basically the same, the second one just was a little cleanup, instead of saying will always be lower, it just says shall be lower.
But if I, whichever one of these I grab, it will essentially be the same.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's just technical for the second one.
Got it, thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the board? Having done, we have a motion or substitute motion on the floor. Is there any objection to the substitute motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 57, item 6.2, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 136, Louisiana Standards for Early Childhood Care and Education Programs, serving children birth to 5 years, regarding early learning development standards. The recommendation is to receive and retain this item on the October 2022 HEII meeting agenda.
May I have a motion? Mr. Rogers, do I have a second? Mr. Castillo. Dr. Roman, is there a presentation?
No, sir, no presentation. Those standards are in your packet. It was the first time for the board to, in a formal process as a board, to see those standards. We just felt it was important for you to see those standards and receive the report.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just a question for Dr. Bromley. So, my understanding is this process has been underway for the larger part of a year. Can you explain a little bit about that year to us and help us understand what would make you not ready to be passed today?
What I hope to accomplish, Ms. Orange-Jones, is to just try to get to a place where among everyone interested in this topic, we could all have levels of agreement, and we're not there yet. And so I was simply suggesting that instead of a vote today, that we have additional time to try to work with the parties on this. Look, we have had historic investment in early childhood education over the last year. We've had a very successful legislative session. We have a lot of movement in this particular area, which I think is good. But there isn't consensus around some of the components of these standards, and so I was just hoping for additional time so that we could all work together to see if we could resolve those.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Garber?
Yes, sir. Another question for the superintendent. Do you feel confident that you could get to a change in these proposals that would bring the consensus together without lowering the quality of the proposals?
I hope so. I mean, I would hope that if we could work together in good faith and everyone, be willing to hear from some of the other sides of the matter, that we can move closer to consensus on the side.
Without lowering the quality of the standards?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think for the overall majority of the standards, they're very strong, and we've worked on them for nearly 2 years. But, again, just like I mentioned before, I don't know that an arbitrary timeline should get in the way of making sure we have the exact right standards. And I may not be able to work to a compromise position, but I think we need more time to consider that.
Well, you did a wonderful job with the social studies standards, so I would think you could do another good job here. And after we hear from the speakers, I might have a motion.
Any other questions, Ms. Morris?
Before we have the public comment, I
had one question about the material that was presented to us, so I'm hoping some of the folks that speak at the table can speak to it and help me with a better understanding. So for members, if you look at page 76 in the handout, this is standard 2, children demonstrating awareness of culture as it relates to self, family, and community. And so this is under the column for 4-year-olds. And it says, distinguish the distinct characteristics of groups of people and cultures. So I had a couple questions about that one. I'm trying to understand, is this something that's predefined in the trained educator that's going to present these definitions? Or is this purely subjective? Where does this material come from? And then the second question I have is, when I reflect back on my experience as a parent and a grandparent, I don't recall teaching 4-year-olds about what color somebody's skin is. But I think those kids were colorblind at age 4. So, and I'm not a child psychologist, I don't understand what's the appropriate age level for each of this, but just trying to understand what the objective is on the outline. Somebody can help me understand, how these distinct characteristics are defined and with the origin of that material, that would help me understand. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from board members before we get to public comments? Hearing none, following individuals are in support of the recommendation but do not wish to speak. Ms. Fairshade Perkins, Cynthia DeCarlo, Jenny Moulton, I apologize, Tanisha Ellis, Christy Gibbons. Okay. I'm sorry, I had to read it back. What's your name, I'm sorry? Christy Gibbons. Okay. And Ms. Lucy Pereira. The following individuals do not wish to speak and have submitted cards for information only. And Julio, I do apologize, Pamela Marshall, Alana Gordon, Samira Lewis, Antoinette Ford. Ms. Gibbons, you have indicated that you want to speak, you can come down. Representative Harris, you can come down. Representative Hamdi, you can come down. Ms. Gibbons, if you can introduce yourself.
I just want to pull it up because I want to stay on task.
Ms. Gibbons, if you can hit the button, the green light will come on.
Okay. Good morning. All thank you for allowing me to speak with you all today. My name is Christy Gibbons, Executive Director of Kids of Excellence. I have been in childcare for over 22 years. I have 3 childcare centers in the greater New Orleans area. And I'm here to speak today, and I'm also co-partner with Small Providers by Providers. I'm here to speak with you today on behalf of my staff, my children, and my families we serve. All of us want the same things for our children. We want our children to be responsible, to be respectful, and to make good decisions, and to be self-reliant and understand how to solve problems and gain self-confidence to take responsibility for one's actions. Children must be taught this through skills, and they must be reinforced at home and in school. Children have one start to get it right. Some of life's most important lessons happen before the age of 5. Social-emotional development is a foundational, research-based component of early childhood education. In a large, rigorous, research-based demonstration that focuses on social-emotional development, improve academic performance, relationships, and behavior. These types of skills are foundationally components of early learning that set the stage for future success in school and life. Hundreds of studies conducted over the past 50 years and more offer consistent evidence that socio-emotional development is beneficial for children's ability to learn. And LDOE used the class, a national recognized tool, which measures teacher-student interaction, such as responsive caregiving, engagement support for learning, emotional behavior support, classroom organization, and structure support, which contribute to children's social development, academic achievement. And now I'm going to talk as a grandmother. 10 years ago, my daughter had triplets, and they all started at my child care center at 6 months old. One of my grandchildren, because of social-emotional components, we knew something wasn't right. So he was diagnosed with spectrum or autism. He has, because of social emotions and the skills that my teacher has helped him to be successful. When he left our center and he was able to go to high school, he has not made less than an 8 in any classroom. Because, not just in early childhood, because we gave him that support to be successful, the school supported him throughout his years. Just last year, his teacher referred him to become his teacher referred him to become a gifted. And when he went to take the test, he came to me and his mom and he said, "Mama, I want to not take the test." I said, "Why?" Because you're so intelligent, why you don't want to do it? He said, "Because of social emotional." He said, "Mama, they want to take me out of the classroom when I'm in my recess time. And I need to be outside with my friends." So, and he said the word, because of his social emotional, because of the stress of all the test scores and taking tests and all the things he had to do, he needed that time to be able to socialize with his friends and work through his emotion so he could be successful. So I told him, you know what, you don't have to take that test. Just continue to make your age and do what you need to do to be successful. So I'm here to say that component is so important with children throughout their whole lives. Not just in early childhood, but throughout all the way to high school. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Good to be here today, and thank you. I'm Lance Harris. I'm chairman of the House Education Committee. And the reason I'm here today is to ask for more time on these standards. And why am I asking for that? Well, there's 2 reasons. I've heard a lot from parents and constituents in my district and parents around the state that are concerned about some components or some parts of these standards. Secondly, I've heard from a lot of members of the legislature and also members of my committee about certain parts of these standards. I appreciate the extreme hard work that went into these, but there are some things that can be, I believe, worked out for everyone as Mr. Brumley said, that hopefully everyone would kind of be on the same page. We just went through the social study standards, and I can tell you, as committee chairman, it was very smooth. We didn't have the bills that were presented to try to circumvent those standards or anything like we had had in the past, due to the fact that everybody felt like they had their time at the table. They had time to present their ideas and their arguments of those standards, and in the end, just about everybody agreed with those standards. The second part I want to comment is, as Mr. Brumley said, we have made a huge investment as a legislature in the past few years in early childhood development and education. More than I've ever seen, being on appropriations my whole years in the legislature till this year, have I ever seen the legislature and the legislative body be so proactive when it comes to early education for our kids. And I'd hate to see that in any way be compromised, because we cannot come to an agreement or a good, cordial agreement about these standards. So I would love to see y'all, as the motion is, to give more time to these, and I think that it would be prudent for us to do that so that we can all go to the table and hopefully come to my committee with smiles on our faces and sunshiny places and and pass them through. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Representative Harris, before you leave, I just want to take an opportunity to ask you a couple of questions. One, thank you for showing up today. Obviously, if the chair of the committee comes, we want to pay close attention to your comments and your recommendations. Are there particular sections of the recommendations that you have concern about that you want us to look into and give some thoughtful consideration to?
Yes, sir. I think it was pointed out just a moment ago in the social, emotional learning section. I think it's by a different name now, but that is the section that concerns a lot of parents and a lot of legislators, because they're concerned that those can almost be construed as being very broad, and some of the things that could be entertained in that section. So, when you're talking about those parts of the standard, that really raises questions with a lot of parents, especially these days.
Great. If you have any other particular language that you want to share with us, just let us know. That's great.
I will. Thank you so much for your time today.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Garber, I have a question for Representative Harris.
After we approve these standards eventually, is it likely that your committee will hold an oversight hearing to review them publicly? Yes. My understanding of the law, which we did it last year, is that we would have an oversight committee meeting, or part of the agenda, and we would do a vote up or down on these standards. And I believe that was part of the 2016 compromise with the Common Core. I think you were here as we went through that process, that as the bulletins are done and the APA is followed, that it comes back to our committees in the legislature to do similar to the MFP, which is to do an up or down vote. Oh, you can see I'll do a down vote. Absolutely,
Absolutely,
and that's why I'm here today. Part of our job as legislators is to kind of head off some things before we get into our session, and hopefully, we can make these in the right format for our members, not to be filing a lot of bills and those sort of things, and everybody be on the same page. Similar to what happened in the social studies curriculum, which I've complimented all over the state everywhere I've been. Those are very good, and when I read them, I got excited and want to go back to class and learn some of that myself. And I'd love to see these be the same thing. I don't know if I want to go back to being a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Representative Omni.
Thank you, sir. I was going to say good morning. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for allowing me to speak on this. I've been involved in early education policy for about 35 years. For some who followed along all this time, that was just a couple of years before the creation of the STAR rating system, if you remember that. I sit on the board of 2 special schools, one of which is focused primarily on students with autism and related disorders, and currently enrolls preschoolers both on and off the spectrum. I also have grandchildren, and that means, of course, that I raise children, but I'm coming today as a state rep, and it's because I wanted to bring all that experience to the table and address you on behalf of constituents who contacted me with concerns about the current draft. Some people have asked, why are you coming now? This has been in the works for many months. There's a commission that was meeting. Well, as a state legislator, when people start calling and emailing, that's when it puts something on our radar, and then we check into it. So while I knew that there was a commission meeting and drafting these standards, I didn't feel that I needed to come check into it at that time, especially because a lot of that time we were across the street at the Capitol in session ourselves. But because of the number of phone calls and emails I've been receiving recently, once this appeared on the agenda for this meeting and the public really got to take a look at it in, line by line, that's why I thought it was important to come. So I went ahead and browsed the draft, and my initial assessment, I'll be honest with you, is that they're broad, but they're rather generic, and I'm not trying to be mean, but this is my opinion, kind of boring. It's as if all the color and excitement has been drained out. And so I pulled up the standards that are currently in use so that I can compare them back and forth. And first I found the multiple references to the alignment of 5-year-old standards to Common Core requirements to be a bit disturbing. But that aside, this is the current standards, that aside I found that much of the rest of the current standards were reasonable, refreshing, and sometimes downright delightful by comparison to the draft. Next, I'll look for exactly what changed, what was being removed especially. And here are a few examples of important items that I found missing in the draft. On page 21 of the current standards, there's reference to teaching about money, about buying and selling. When my grandchildren come over to my house, one of their favorite activities is to play store. And they get really elaborate, and they set up things to sell, they do marketing, they get out a cash box, they either play with play money or I give them real money, and they can do this for hours and hours, and I believe they're learning a lot when they're doing this. So to see no reference at all in the draft, that's a little troubling. And it makes me wonder, what was the motivation for completely leaving out money and the concepts of buying and selling? So that's just one example. Another example is on page 22 of the current standards. There's an invitation for participation of family members. This paints a picture, by it being missing from the draft, a picture that family is not welcome, that family is not a partner in preschool education. The only mention to family in the draft is in references about getting preschoolers to report on their families and their home life. That's a little irritating. But most importantly, and for the sake of time, I'll just mention one more example. On page 1 of the current standards, subsection 105 is the role of early learning and development standards. And it says, Part A starts out, the early learning and development standards are intended to be a framework for high-quality, developmentally appropriate early childhood programs and were designed to be used by early childhood educators throughout Louisiana. The term early childhood educator is intended to encompass all those, e.g., teachers, caregivers, administrators, parents, etc., who are responsible for the care and education of children from birth to age 5. These standards establish a common vision for what the state of Louisiana wants children to know before they enter kindergarten. Section 105 is completely deleted in the current draft. And when we remember that we're talking about preschoolers here, babies, toddlers, little children, I would suggest that maybe it's time to review the language and preamble to the state children's code so that we remember that children are first and foremost a parent's responsibility, and that any authority that the preschool has concerning the children is authority that's been delegated by the parents. So I'm not pleased to see that parents are pretty much left out and ignored in this draft. So my whole purpose of coming today was just to simply urge you to not accept the draft today, not pass the draft today, but to hold it over and to allow for a little more time, some more public input, some more conversation, because I believe that if we scrub this up and work together, we can accomplish coming up with a draft that, as the chairman said, will come to our committee and what was it, we can all have smiling faces and all that stuff. That's what I'm hoping for. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative. Charmaine Cassiope, Paula Polito, Ashley Lucas, and Megan Pearson.
Superintendent Brumley, members of the BASC board, my name is Charmaine Cassiope, and I serve as the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer for United Way of Southeast Louisiana. We're strong advocates for early care and education, and we are also extremely involved in funding for high-quality early care and education programming. As you know, I'm here today because I reached out to each and every one of you in my capacity to tell you that the early learning development standards, in our opinion, are an important tool that supports education by providing a set of common developmentally appropriate expectations for what children typically know, understand, and are able to perform at different stages of early childhood. These revised early learning development standards, in our opinion, are rooted in the current research that makes more easily the navigation for early childhood educators, more support for children with special needs in English language learners, and they are written with an understanding that children reach developmental milestones at various different times. In order to reach Louisiana's vision that all children enter kindergarten ready for success in school and beyond, every day all children, from infants through age 5, need education and caregivers who are prepared to guide their behavioral actions and facilitate their attention and promote learning through engaging language and high-quality interactions. We must support the development with high-quality instructional tools and are currently responsive and inclusive of children's individual needs. The early learning development standards, which you are going to be voting on, provide age-appropriate goals for children's learning and development that guide educators, caregivers, and early childhood professionals on what types of experience and activities children should have during their earliest and most precious years. There seems to be, in our opinion, some misinformation circulating about the concept of social emotional development, which has long been foundational for early childhood development and early care and education programming. Social and emotional development is an integral part of education. It is the process through which young children develop the ability to apply knowledge, skills, and attitudes. The abilities help them manage emotion, achieve personal and collective goals, establish and maintain supportive relationships, and make responsible decisions throughout their lives. Put simply, the social and emotional development is concerned with how we understand ourselves and how we interact with others. The revised standards, in our opinion, are rooted in healthy development of self-identity, self-esteem, cognition, foundational components of early learning that set the stage for future success in school and in life. Social and emotional development is foundational, research-based component of the early care and education, and it is my hope, in my capacity, that you will respectfully honor the work and the achievement that has been done in establishing these standards and vote favorably today to include them. I thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Polito.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Polito. I currently serve as the chair for the Louisiana Department of Education Early Childhood Advisory Board. I also serve over 225 children in Jefferson Parish, third-generation child care owner, and a doctoral student of Level 3's pathway trainers, and most importantly, deep expertise in this area. Before I share 3 core messages I'd like to get through today, I'd like to ground us in the definition of what social and emotional development is. Social and emotional development, strong, positive relationships that help children develop trust, empathy, compassion, and a sense of right and wrong. So my first core message is social and emotional learning builds lifelong, future-ready skills. Social and emotional learning helps young people turn aspirations into plans. Social and emotional skills are a toolbox for academic learning and success, college and career readiness, which we heard so much about this morning, happier, healthier lives, stronger relationships, and communities. Technical skills can help you get the job. Social and emotional skills turn it into a fulfilling career. 92% of executives surveyed by the Wall Street Journal said social and emotional skills such as problem solving and communicating clearly are equal to or more important than technical skills. Starting from birth, babies learn who they are by how they are treated. Loving relationships provide young children with a sense of comfort, safety, and confidence. They teach young children how to form friendships, communicate emotions, and deal with challenges. Second core message, social and emotional learning is urgently needed now. Some examples. If we care about the well-being of children, we must work together to support their social and emotional learning. Social and emotional learning is a key ingredient in addressing the top concerns for schools this year: mental wellness and academic recovery. Social and emotional learning has never been more important, and our students' well-being and futures rest on what we do in this moment. 44% of high school students experienced persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness in the past 12 months. While SEL doesn't replace mental health interventions, independent studies show it helps young people cope with stresses and helps reduce symptoms of depression and anxiety. Last message, social and emotional learning improves academic achievement. All learning is social and emotional. Academic learning and social and emotional learning equals real-world skills. Social and emotional skills mean students are focused and prepared for academic learning. Social and emotional learning creates a safe, positive, and productive learning environment for all students. The strength of our child care center's social and emotional climate translates into the strength of our children. The strength of our children translates into the strength of our communities. The more that our young people are prepared with these social and emotional essential life skills before entering kindergarten, the stronger our workforce and in turn our community will be. Thank you.
Ms. Lucas? Ms. Garrison?
Hi, thank you for hearing us out today. My name is Megan Garrison. I'm the owner of Young Scholars Academy. I also serve on board and committees here in East Baton Rouge Parish for our Ready Start Network. And I've also started out as a teacher in the field and now as an owner 12 years later. Before I read these examples, I wanted to provide some information. I'll be sharing from the class tool, which is used to evaluate high-quality centers like my own. These standards that are before you today are used when developing this tool. These tools are crucial for guiding our teachers in the classrooms. As stated in our state, excellent teachers score 6 to 7 on a scale of 1 to 7. These examples I will share with you today demonstrate an excellent teacher and high regard for our children and perspectives. Most or all of these activities are child-directed and child-led. The teachers follow the children's interests and signals. Within an activity, the teacher and children may be using Play-Doh and the children decide to make snakes or birthday cakes. The teacher, scoring on the high end of regard for child perspective, allows children to take the lead on what to do and what to make the Play-Doh with. The teacher is flexible in his or her plans within activities. The teacher allows the children to move within activities and about the classroom. For example, children may be sitting in a group but are allowed to wiggle, move during the activity. Children can also move across activities and throughout the room. Children talk freely, back and forth, and make comments during activities. This freedom of movement and talking should not be confused with chaos. The teacher makes an effort to maximize children's independence in the classroom. The teacher consistently assists children in perspective talking with peers and provides support for children to resolve conflicts with peers. At the high end of regard for child perspective, the teacher makes appropriate decisions, enabling children to be as independent as they can be within these activities and tasks, including dressing and undressing and eating. An example of supporting independence may be having the materials accessible to the children so that they are not required to ask the teacher, and therefore supporting their independence. During periods of peer conflict, facilitating children's negotiation and resolution of these conflicts by providing words to the children or explanations so that the children can begin to resolve their own conflicts. These are just a few examples to show how this is a great guiding factor for our teachers to help support peer interactions and develop that social emotional skills to make great citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Freiberg, Dr. Lily Sonia Joseph, and Renisha Rock. Representative Freiberg, I do apologize. George Freiberg.
I put my card in as Barbara Freiberg, and that's the way I wanted to represent myself because I'm not representing the legislature at this point. First of all, thank you, Board, for hearing us this morning. I am a longtime educator, as many of you know, and many, many years ago, I served on the Standards Writing Committee for English Language Arts Standards. So I know the level of expertise that a Standards Writing Committee brings to the table. I respect very much my colleagues on the Education Committee. I am also on the House Education Committee, and I am one member of the House Education Committee who is in full favor and support of these standards as they are. I'm not going to say that I'm an expert. I'm going to tell you I'm not an expert. That's why I turn to the experts for the development of standards that are first-class standards that would meet national standards. Dr. Sonia and her team and others have done a great job working on this, and I respect so much the people that have been on her committee. I know many of them, and they are the experts. They're the top folks in this state. So just one voice from the Education Committee that would say, I think these standards are excellent, and I would support them today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks, Sonia.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Libby Saunier, Executive Director of the Louisiana Policy Institute for Children, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that is an independent source of data, research, and information for policymakers and stakeholders on issues related to young children birth to 4. In addition to leading the Policy Institute, what you may not know is that I'm a researcher at Virginia Tech's Fralin Biomedical Institute, where I study the impacts of quality early care education across a person's life course. Additionally, I'm on faculty as an associate clinical professor of human development at Mississippi State University, where I teach classes on child development, instructional practices for young children with disabilities, and family public policy. Prior to serving on the current Early Learning Standards Revision Committee this past year as chair, I served on the prior Standards Committee in 2013 that came before Betsy with the unanimous approval of Mr. Garvey, Dr. Bofi, and Ms. Orange-Jones will remember. The process by which these standards were revised was lengthy and rigorous. And I won't go into every detail, but I would like to offer an example of how standards support parents and caregivers. I would like to highlight an infant standard in the proposed social emotional development, relationships with adults domain. Children will move or cry to seek attention and comfort from familiar adults. While this may seem benign to you, research shows that strong attachment in the first years and even months of a child's life sets a trajectory for trusting relationships. When caregivers respond to the needs of children, children learn to trust others and their needs and voice are meaningful. These standards don't impose anything on families. They're designed to help offer guidance so caregivers are aware when a child might be a bit delayed so a family can seek assistance or support. Louisiana is listed as being in the top 10 of our country's early childhood accountability system in a very good way. Having early learning development standards based on child development, as it is aligned with the class observation tool, is imperative. I strongly urge you to support these standards.
Our children depend on you and on us to do so.
Ms. Joseph.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Joseph. I'm Executive Director and owner of Clara's Little Lance Preschool in New Orleans. We serve over 200 children in New Orleans with 3 early learning centers. A very basic, I think clear definition for social and emotional learning is self-awareness, self-control, interpersonal skills that are vital for work and success. I've seen a lot of changes in the 34 years that we've been in business. But one thing that has stayed consistent is that children need the support of their caregivers. Social and emotional learning is vital for children's success. When we look at juvenile crime that is running rampant, particularly in our community in New Orleans, most of those children lack social and developmental skills. They have not been properly socialized. They don't understand how to problem solve, how to work out conflict without violence. These are the things that we provide children when they enter our learning centers so that they're prepared to deal with their peers. There's one important thing that we have to think about. As I hire over 40 employees to work in my learning centers, I know the employees who've been properly socialized, who've learned to navigate and problem solve. They make quality employees that are great to work with our children. And this is why it's so important that we keep and maintain the SEL and the early learning standards for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Good afternoon. My name is Radisha Robertson, Executive Director of Covenant House New Orleans, which has served Louisiana's youth facing homelessness and exploitation for over 34 years. Aside from providing emergency shelter and basic needs and other housing supports, we provide them with other wraparound supportive care. Of particular importance for this discussion is helping our young people identify and retain stable employment. Our workforce development program, like many other youth-serving organizations, focus on the development of social and emotional skills that are necessary to maintain stable employment, such as positive and appropriate communication skills, the ability to cooperate, and the ability to overcome challenges. Youth who lack these skills face significant challenges in thriving in the workplace, and while they may secure employment, they struggle to successfully retain and progress in the workplace without them. These are the skills that should be developed early, they should be developed over time, and at age-appropriate stages. An education that is devoid of social and emotional development does not fully prepare our young people for the future and does not give them all of the necessary tools that they need to be successful. Thank you.
Mr. Mallory, can I ask some questions of Dr. Sonia while she's still here? Or do you want me to wait till the end?
Dr. Sonia, if you're willing, go ahead.
Absolutely, yes, Dr.
So I see Mr. Moore stepped out for a minute. At some point, I think he had asked about one on page 76. Who would be the best person to ask about the 4-year-old part is distinguish the distinct characteristics of groups of people and cultures.
Sure. One of our committee members that helped develop the standards, Mr. Derek Toops is here. I think he would be.
Okay, a hand went up. Is that okay? I think that's it. Okay, and then Dr. Sonia, I heard that this was about a year-long process. Can you go into a little more detail about what that process entailed?
Absolutely. So it was a year-long process with 7 meetings of the full committee of the early learning development standards that were followed public meeting law. And then after those 7 meetings, we also had subcommittee meetings with each domain of development that we developed, revised the standards in. Additionally, at every turn, the department did an excellent job of really leading a transparent process and putting out public notice about when the standards were being worked on and allowing people to be part of that process at any given moment. I really need to commend the staff of the Louisiana Department of Education because they really helped lead us through this process and to make sure that it was transparent. There was opportunity for public comments and that we had an opportunity also to be, and to work with a national expert who worked with us on the 2013 standards as well.
So how would you characterize the difference between the 2013 standards and the ones that we see today?
I think that's a really good question. I would say that we heard many times from our educators in the field and other caregivers that they felt that the standards from 2013 were a little clunky and hard to navigate and move around in. And that they really wanted a streamlined set of standards that would be easy for them to understand, to pick up, and to go. And so that was the attempt that we did from the Early Learning Development Standards Committee, made up of 25 individuals from around the state, to make sure that they weren't as clunky and cumbersome, that they were straightforward and able for our providers and parents and caregivers to really pick up the standards and understand what that means when they look at the individual items.
Now, would this revision require a revision of the class instrument?
No, it would not. It enhances the class instrument.
Can you tell me more about how it enhances it?
So if we think about particularly social emotional development within the standards, our accountability system heavily uses the class observation tool. And the key component of the class observation tool is really making sure that there's teacher-child interaction. And then that teacher-child interaction is how do children go along with adults and other children in the classroom. And it really falls in line with social emotional development about how to regulate behavior, how do those teachers help regulate behavior and teach children how to regulate their behavior. None of us were just born knowing how to manage our behavior and behavior, not one of us. And science indicates that that has to be modeled and worked with children. And our class observation tool allows us to have a metric of which to measure that. And our early learning development standards allow us to have the pieces of the puzzle to get to the point to have a really robust accountability system in our state.
Then can you tell me a little bit about the people that serve on the committee?
Absolutely. We had people like myself that are academics and experts in the field. We had practitioners, educators. We also had family members as well. We had 25 people of our best and brightest in the state that we gave up our time to do this for a full year to make sure that children have the standards that they deserve. And that committee was made up of professionals and researchers at LSU, Southeastern, Northwestern. I'm probably leaving others out. We have people from school districts like St. Charles Parish, child care providers, as well as child care owners and directors too.
Thank you.
I have just one quick question for you, Dr. Sonnier. In our last item on accountability, we talked quite a bit about desiring alignment between our assessment and our standards. And so it's fair to say that right now, these standards align our assessment of quality in a classroom, the new standards, with new standards align with our assessment of quality, correct? If we adopt these new standards, it's a better fit or better alignment.
It's better alignment, and I'll re-emphasize this. Louisiana is in the top 10 in the country for our accountability system related to our early learning. We didn't get there by happenstance. We have been driven, we have been strategic, and these standards were strategic to make sure that we're continuing to support a really robust, evolving early childhood dynamic system in our state, and so these standards help support that work.
Mr. Moore, I just step out for a second, but I understood somebody was going to come to the table to address my concern.
Yes, Mr. Derek Toops.
He's got a call.
Next up, Susan Nelson, Rochelle Wilcox, Christy Gilmore, and Pam Brickman. You want to go ahead?
Good afternoon. I'm Susan B. Nelson. I'm the Executive Director of the Louisiana Partnership for Children and Families. I'm also an attorney, and I have done significant research in my work toward my terminal degree. And that's really why I'm here to address this delay today. First, I want to start by saying there's no law that requires parents to bring their children to an early learning setting or being involved in an early learning environment. So my concern here is that we're delaying these standards based on opposition or concerns by people who in the past, and I've seen a lot of folks for years who object to these standards, have actually objected to the whole concept of early learning centers and people not being educated by their parents. If we're being intellectually honest today, then we should say the people who are objecting to these standards are people who have already proven that they don't want to avail themselves of the system for which these standards are created. So I think that's one of the things that we need to talk about. This is a national cultural battle that is being brought to our state when our state doesn't have any use for it. The multitude of options in the folks that are against these standards or who are advocating for delay, and let's be honest about this delay that they're advocating, there is no happiness and sunshine as Representative Harris referred to. They don't want compromise. They simply do not want these standards because this is part of a national discussion. And to accept a delay in these standards, quite honestly, puts us in the same category of people like Alex Jones, who just had a large judgment put against him for lying. We need to be intellectually honest, and to delay these standards would be intellectually dishonest and a disservice to our children. We have children who require the opportunity to grow and develop as adults. I think all of us saw a couple weeks ago the young Little League player who was hit in the head by a baseball by the pitcher who threw it. And he made it to first base, and he saw that the pitcher on the mound was very distraught that he had hit his opponent by the pitch. And he stopped, and he walked over to the mound, and he told his opponent that he had no duty to tell, to relieve, to say, hey man, I'm okay. That is social emotional learning. That is all that it is. And anyone who tries to tell you that it's something different is being dishonest. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Burkneck. I am currently the Center Director at the Early Learning Center downtown in Baton Rouge, First United Methodist Church. We serve over 100 children. Before that, I served many roles in decades of early childhood. I've been a coach, I've been a mentor, I've been a trainer, I've been an assessor. So I've visited hundreds of Louisiana child care centers. The reason why I chose to end my career as a center director because it's probably the most rewarding thing I have ever done to be able to direct a center that uses a high quality curriculum that includes the guidance from these standards. I have been in this field since the original standards. I've sat in meetings with these policy people that have written these standards, and it was an honor to be able to sit at a table with these very, very expert, educated people to come up with these standards. They align to the curriculum that the Department of Education considers a high-quality Tier 1 curriculum and the assessment tool. And our goal at the Early Learning Center and most early learning centers that use these standards are just to produce productive citizens. We teach them to the definition which you've heard over and over, I'm not going to repeat it, but it really is just to make children love who they are and to love education. So when they leave these early learning centers, they have those social emotional skills to function in a group and to be ready for kindergarten and become productive citizens for the rest of their lives. Thank you.
Is Ms. Wilcox? Ms. Gilmore? Michael Olivier? Brenda Gold? Kate Harriman? Melanie Richardson?
Hello, my name is Brenda Gold. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay. In social emotional learning, it's vital for students because it teaches them critical life skills, including the ability to understand themselves, develop positive and self-imaging, take responsibility for their actions, and forge relationships with people around them. It also includes understanding, regulate, and express their emotions. Focusing on social emotional can help develop them into competent and healthy beings. Our class observation tool, one of the points that stand out to me is regards for the student's perspective. And in that is the degree in which the teacher interacts with the students in the classroom activities and place emphasis on the students' interactions and motivation points of view. Just in that aspect alone, teaching a child, right, in the classroom, if you're getting from their perspective, then you can actually teach them what you want them to know in the way that they learn. And it also, I'm so nervous. Even with the teacher sensitivity, right? So if it's something that's pertaining to them and teaching them, those tools are going to help them in the long run. So if we zero in on them now as a child, as a 3 and 4-year-old, then when they come into those workplaces, they know how to regulate their emotions, and if things are not working, and just going in a positive area there.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Melanie Richardson, and I'm the Executive Director and Co-Founder of Training Grounds and the Weekly Center, a nonprofit organization based in New Orleans. And I'm probably one of the few that in here that's actually advocating for this that is not a part of an early learning center. We work with families, and so what I've been hearing from families that I work with is that they need support, they need help in order to help their children develop the social emotional skills that are necessary. What I've heard from kindergarten teachers and from pre-K teachers is that the skills that they would like their children to come to school with on the first day are actually those social emotional skills, or what we like to call executive functioning skills, right? Those are the skills that allows children to be able to self-regulate, to be able to use working memory, to be able to understand and actually feel what other people are feeling and thinking. And I know sometimes we think that little ones that doesn't happen until they're a lot older, but there's research and studies that show that if I was to sit in front of a 15-month-old and actually take a piece of cookie or cracker and make an ugly face and actually turn my nose up against that cookie or cracker, that when I ask that child to share something with me, they will hesitate to share that cookie or cracker with me because they've already read my facial expression. They've already determined, even at 15 to 18 months, that I might not like that, so why should they share that with me, right? I think that that's a very important skill for children to learn, to be able to read other people's facial expressions, to be able to learn how to read other people's emotions and skills, so that we can actually interact and engage with each other, have perspective taking. And so I'm here today, not as an early child care provider, not as an early child care educator, but as a person that works very closely with parents who come to me on a regular basis asking for support, asking for help to teach their children those social emotional skills that they will need to be successful in school. And we get parents that come all the time to our center asking for that support, like, how do I teach my child to take turns? Right, that's a simple social emotional skill, to teach a child to take turns. How do I get them to actually have empathy? How do I get them to develop those skills that we know employers are looking for? One of the other things is that because social emotional skills have so much to do with self-regulation, paying attention, we know that those are the types of skills that will help increase our third grade reading scores that we have expressed today that we're so concerned about, right? We know that the child's ability to sit, to listen, to self-regulate, to problem solve, is definitely one of those things that will help us through K-12 world. And just a simple one, guys. I don't know how many of you have ever been in an airport, and you're on an airplane, and you see this person struggling to actually put something in the overhead component, and they're waiting and waiting, the plane is being delayed because they're struggling. Problem solving skills. right? Those are the skills that are basically taught in verticalized. How to move things, how to think about things differently. And so I share today with you, please seriously consider keeping those social emotional skills inside of the standards. They are crucial, and we know that that's the foundation for all the other learning and all the other concerns that we have, K through 12 or higher ed as well. So thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Mr. Olivier here. Ms. Harriman. Next, Katie Alexander, Chris Alexander, Chrissy Page, and Mr. Toops. Mr. Toops, if you want to go ahead first.
Sure, I do have public comment, and I would like to respond to Mr. Morse's question. Does the board have a preference of which is first?
Why don't you make your public comments first, and then we'll go from there.
All right, thank you. My name is Derek Toops. I'm the Director of Network Strategy at Gym for Children. I'm also an adjunct faculty member of 2 care and development of young children programs at 2 of our state's community colleges. And I was also a member of the Early Learning and Development Standards Review Committee for the better part of a year, which y'all have heard. And I'm speaking in favor of the revisions to the Early Learning Standards in Bulletin 136. And given the political mechanisms here today, I'm urging members of the board to call for a vote in the affirmative. For over 1 year, the review committee, a group of Louisiana Department of Education selected early childhood experts, nearly half of whom hold a terminal degree in education and who represent Louisiana's universities, state agencies, and early care and education programs, met monthly to review the current early learning and development standards, which were last updated in 2013. We examined current child development research. We carefully looked at the learning standards of other states as well as the national Head Start standards to propose revisions to the standards as you see in front of you today. On April 6th, the review committee unanimously endorsed the drafted standards, and on July 13th, the Early Childhood Advisory Council also unanimously endorsed the drafted standards. The standards, as you have heard, are an important tool that supports early childhood educators by providing them with a set of common developmentally appropriate expectations of what children typically know. And to respond to Representative Amedee's comment earlier, they are broad because they are not meant to be a curriculum, rather a guiding framework for the work that is done in early childhood classrooms. Early care and education is not concerned solely with academic skills, such as learning how to count or how to identify colors. Early educators help children learn everything from how to feed themselves to how to interact with other children and adults. Now I'd like to highlight 2 4-year-old standards in the revised social and emotional development, emotion regulation domain. Number 1, children will accurately label one's own feelings and identify them in various situations. And number 2, children will accurately label emotions in others, predict causes, and respond with care and concern. These standards highlight the process through which young children acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to manage their emotions, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain supportive relationships, and make responsible and caring decisions. Without caregivers who intentionally foster these essential skills, children will arrive to the kindergarten classroom unable to regulate their emotions well or work collaboratively with their peers, thus impairing their trajectory for academic success. Social and emotional skills are essential to human interaction and participation in society. In order to reach Louisiana's vision that all children enter kindergarten ready for success in school and beyond, every day, all children from infants through age 5 need educators and caregivers who are prepared to promote their learning through high-quality interactions. The revised standards are a high-quality instructional tool that supports early childhood professionals to understand the types of experiences children should have in their earliest years. I'll borrow a page from Mr. Morse's book from earlier and quote the Bessie mission statement. Bessie believes that every child is valued, every child will learn, and that the future of the state and its quality of life depend on an educated citizenry. Moving to vote on and adopt these revised early learning and development standards today, which are rooted in what is best for the youngest children of our state, will signal that every child is valued and will learn while also fulfilling the latter half of Bessie's mission, that Bessie is committed to making informed policy decisions that will result in improved academic achievement and educational opportunities for all students. Thank you. And Mr. Morris, to respond to your question about the standard in the cultural awareness domain. So the distinct characteristics of groups of people and cultures that are mentioned there are referring to cultural characteristics. It can be physical characteristics, as you pointed out, and I can provide some research on that in a second. But think about different holidays that are celebrated around the world, different languages, different types of clothing, different types of homes, different songs, different games. Reading books and engaging in some of those things in the early childhood classroom are a core component to exposing children to different cultures and to different ways of living in the world so that they can learn to empathize, understand, and work collaboratively with others. And race is not mentioned in there. Certainly race, skin color can be a distinct characteristic of a group of people. And some of the research that suggests that that early childhood is a place where that may occur. We know that by 6 months of age, children can distinguish differences in physical appearances. And between ages 3 and 5, children may begin to develop negative attitudes toward physical difference. That's what the research says. So while it was not an intentional part of the standards to include any conversations about race or difference, whenever it comes to skin color, that is something that may happen in the early childhood classroom that teachers should be prepared to discuss. And we know that that is happening in the first 5 years of life.
So thank you for that, first of all. So I want to be clear, I'm not an expert in this area. So I appreciate, first of all, the diverse work group, the material expertise, and the experience of the work group. So I'm just in a learning mode here. Okay, so I can make an informed decision, and the decision is appropriate. So the first concern I have is in the culture that we're in today, the political sensitivities, et cetera, there are certain buzzwords that just trigger people, right? So my first question is, if social emotional learning or social emotional development is the buzzword that triggers, chaos everywhere and gets people off the focus of the kids, which is where our focus should be, right? Why is it important that we use those words? Can we use other words? And it's still like I didn't really have any exception to the content for everything I read, except for the one question I posed this morning. I did appreciate Representative Anthony's comment about the financial management conversation with the children. I appreciated that as an average. I didn't really have any problem with the content other than this one. But the conversation typically starts with the buzzwords. So does it matter if we change the domain name to something else? If we move on to something more valuable?
Sure, so 2 responses to that. The first is that language does matter. So the words, and also I'll highlight that between the current standards and the proposed standards, there was a very subtle linguistic shift. So the domain in the current standards is social-emotional development, and in the proposed standards, it's social and emotional development. That might seem very minor, but the reason the committee suggested that shift is because social and emotional development is a decades-long field of academic study with hundreds, if not thousands, of research studies that show why social and emotional development is important to the healthy development of a child. So the reason those words are chosen is because that's what the research says is best for children, and that is the field of study. So, we could change it to something else, but that would defeat the purpose of having research-based standards. So that's why those are
There are no other words that are appropriate.
There are lots of words that are appropriate, but if we want these standards to be rooted in research and what is best for children, we should include those.
Okay.
Can I ask a question that might help clarify this? So in Louisiana, we have raised the standards for our educational expectations for our early childhood teachers. And so would changing the language create a disconnect between what they're learning in their higher education classrooms around what children ought to be taught, right? Could that bring confusion into looking at the standards and then trying to match that up with what they have learned in their college classrooms that we now require of them to be a teacher to earn a $9 an hour wage?
Sure. So one of the main purposes of the review committee was we wanted to make these standards more accessible to those who are using them, mainly the educators in the classroom. So we tried to make things as simple, or to use Representative Omzi's language, boring. But that is because we want to equip our teachers with the tools that they need. So yes, there could certainly be some confusion if we go around and start changing language. And I would like to point out that we had 1 month of public comment open after the conclusion of the 1 year of these standards, and that these were originally proposed in the June Bessie board meeting. They were deferred to August, so there has been some time to have some conversation around these, and I don't understand why we need to defer them any longer.
So moving back to my concern, we can nail that one and move on. So whenever this material is presented to 4-year-olds, as the word, the language is used here, distinct characteristics of groups of people. Is there a definition that goes along with that, distinct characteristics for groups of people, or is that totally subjective, or how does that work?
That's a very good question. There was certainly lots of discussion around that as we were finessing the language of what is in front of you. So that would be up to the Louisiana Department of Education. So this is the statute, that y'all are voting on, what the standards say, and then that's LDOE's job in terms of policy implementation to define those definitions, and then take this tool and then translate that into what is presented in terms of professional development to educators. So is there a working definition of sorts, based on the conversations? Is there anything written down? Not yet. That's what LDOE would do whenever they're rolling the PD side of this out.
Okay, so it's up to LDOE to define those terms. So how do we know that it's not presented without bias to a 4-year-old?
Can you be a little bit more specific about the particular content you're talking about?
Sure.
Is it the same standard you were referencing earlier?
So let me give you an example. So when I was a kid, nobody told me this when I was 4 years old, right? I used to love to watch Star Trek, right? You got people from different planets, different genders, everybody gets along, everybody's got specific skills, you learn about teamwork, you win in the end, right? Nobody's worried about races or anything like that, right? You're a team, you win. So when I look across the dais right here, I look across the table here, and I see my friend Mr. Cassidy. It's been a pleasure to get to know Mr. Castillo in the last 2.5 years. Really enjoyed the relationship. I recognize there are cultural differences, but if you look across the dais and you look at the two of us and you're going to explain to the 4-year-old the cultural differences between the two of us, how do you think explain it to the 4-year-old? I'm just curious.
I really do want to respond. And the reason is because it's a relevant question, and maybe if someone other than my good friend Ronnie Morris were asking this question, I might even be offended. But because it's him and we are good friends, I think it's a fair question. But let me bring it back to the 4-year-old context. So my son, who attended school at St. James Episcopal, my son is a very brown-skinned African-American boy. He had very short hair at the time, now he has long locks. When he was 4, and he was probably the only African-American kid in his school, or 5 at the time, there was a little boy in his class who had very blonde, curly hair, almost like yours, Miss Alice. And it was very attractive. He came home to me one day and he said, I don't remember the kid's name, but I'll call him Billy. He said, "Oh, Dad, I just really want to have hair I could feel it. Very blonde, curly, European hair. And so it was obvious that he had been thinking about this for some time. And we had to have a conversation. Didn't think it would happen so soon, but he's around other kids. He's learning how to develop emotionally, socially, culturally, and someone needed to address the concern. He asked me as a parent, but I'm sure he trusted his teachers in such a way. At some point in time, he said the same thing too. I have lots of friends that are diverse, like you, Mr. Morris, like these people here, and I get along great with them. But it's because someone helped me along the way to understand cultural differences and how we get along. And that starts at such an early age, and our children want to know. They see differences, and they ask those questions. And if they're not asking the questions, sometimes you might wonder why aren't they asking questions, particularly when there is a real distinct contrast. I'm a Trekkie. I love Star Trek for that reason. But in the real world, I think that art was really sort of building upon life, and that there are differences. And if we learn about differences and we work together, whether it's in a classroom or whether it's in a boardroom or if it's fighting the Klingon, it's very, very important that we understand it. I like the fact that we're saying at an early age, introducing ourselves. I think it's important to celebrate our differences. It's not a barrier. The greatness of Louisiana is we have those differences, and all too often we want to whitewash it, and we want to make it go away. I think it's something to celebrate, and I think we all too often are afraid of that very important conversation. I love having a friendship with Mr. Morris. Over my life.
I have a question. I am not as eloquent as Steele. I'm looking at the social and emotional development component. What we're looking at here in the cultural awareness is under our social studies standards for the 4-year-olds. And I'm sure if we look at our social studies standards in K-12, we talk a great deal about different cultures and characteristics of people and groups of people, not only within our state, but within our country. So as we discuss this at the 4-year-old level, I don't see anything very different. I see that this is aligned. So within our social studies component of our 4-year-old standards, I just don't see why this is out of line with what we have in our K-12. Again, not as eloquent as Steele, but I think it's appropriate where it's placed, and it's appropriate when the 4-year-olds are having those discussions, because we expect all the kids to have the very same ones as it relates to different cultures within our society, within our world.
Dr. Bowden.
Thank you. Mr. Tubes, I heard earlier that there was a desire to make these, increase clarity in the standards, so that was one of the things that the group was trying to achieve. Is that why there's a number of things that have been marked repealed? Because if I'm looking at this, and the document I have in front of me, like section 103 repealed, 105 repealed, 107 repealed.
So I nor anyone on the committee would be the person to ask that. Whoever prepared that document, which I assume is the Department of Education, would be the folks you'd want to talk to about that.
While we're figuring out who the Department of Education wants to answer that, I can tell, I spend a lot of time with high school age students, and I can say, looking at this document, the ones who struggle the most are the ones who don't have a strong enough background in the social emotional domain that's identified here.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I think you have some clarity from Dr. Doe.
In most cases, instead of revising a particular section extensively, we just repealed the section and renamed it somewhere else. So it really doesn't need anything.
So instead of a whole bunch of cross-outs and then underlines, you just repealed it and started fresh?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Moore.
So on that note, I really appreciate the example that President Obama gave with the financial learning for the children. Is that something that was repealed and moved somewhere else, or was totally deleted? Is that captured anywhere else, or are we going to miss out on that concept if we go forward as is?
Sonia.
Louisiana Policy Institute for Children. It was on.
Yeah.
So in the math numeracy portion of the standards, that would be an example of something that could be done to get to the component of the standard. So if you think about when the Department of Education comes out with professional learning, professional development, with how you can implement these standards, that very skill that Representative Ani brought up as an example related to county money would be something the department can give guidance on. It's not lost, it's within the numeracy.
It's not in there as is.
No, sir, but the skill set is in there, just not the example that was given.
I think I could answer that too on the side. So the boring part that was referenced is the broad category or the skill. And then the example that Representative Amini gave was not in policy. So that's why you don't see it before you. It's not a policy, it's an example of something that would fall under that particular skill. So you're approving the broad skills concepts, and then the other information would come out later with some more, with professional learning, some examples of what it could do.
Okay, so two questions. So number one, can you tell me where in this document that's referenced, the financial skill? And then secondly, once it gets approved in some form or another, I understand that Superintendent Rumley's team is going to provide these definitions. Once they provide these definitions, does that come back to the board for review, or that's it?
No, because that is not policy. I mean, I'm sure you could review it and request it, but that is not policy. That is just a guidance document.
Can I respond to that? I would assume that it's just like the difference when we set up our standards and then we adopt a curriculum that addresses those standards. So the tier 1 curriculum we would use would have many of those activities in it to address it. I'm looking at page, I guess, 72 and 73 on the math standards. And we're looking at knowledge of numbers, and then you go to patterns and operations, where you're talking simple addition and subtraction problems by using concrete objects. They give one example about apples, and you take away some, and what do you have left? You could do the same thing with the money concept. So these are different activities that you're using to address the broad standard. And that's a wonderful activity, what the representative described, what you're talking about, and it's very, kids can relate to that very, very easily. So I think that's going to be the difference between the curriculum and the standards.
And it was really purposeful about not including, per se, examples in the standards, because then sometimes our teachers think that's the only thing that they can do, and not use their gifts as educators to really take the standards and put them into place to have different activities to meet the different needs of children.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Alexander, next. before they begin, we did receive a card from an individual, Mr. Eric Victor, who does not wish to speak with us.
Hello, I'm Katie Alexander. Good morning. Thank you for holding this committee meeting here today. I appreciate your focus on early childhood learning and development standard. I bring you a request to delay the approval of the current draft standard in order to reopen the standard for public comment. Although a previous period of comment was held, the general public appeared to be largely unaware of the opportunity to participate in this critical process. Our group, Louisiana Citizen Advocacy Group, has been inundated with emails and calls from very concerned parents who did not know that these standards were up for a vote today. Certainly no one can object to the need for public support and comment on early childhood standards. The majority of the state of Louisiana should be fully on board and supportive of the process. We all understand that in order to have that level of support, the opportunity to fully participate is critical. We need to reopen the public comment, but that does not mean in any way that the process will be disturbed. In fact, precedent with the social studies standards exists for soliciting the public's participation. That standard has brought Louisiana much acclaim across the United States and right here in the state. The process of seeking broad public support was critical for building the foundation upon which the social studies standards now rests. In the same way, by reopening the early childhood learning and development standard, Bessie and the Department of Education demonstrate the need and desire to have the public fully embrace the final product. The early childhood learning and development standard is available in a unique way to parents, families, and organized child care and learning centers. Due to this, and the desire for all families to be able to use this document to guide and evaluate their own efforts, it is essential that the public participate in these standards creation. While many organizations have been involved in the creation of the standards, including Go Far Louisiana and the Louisiana Policy Institute for Children, it is essential that the typical family and a greater representation of Louisiana has a chance to make informed comments on the standard. We know that the work will not be wasted, as we have seen it done before. We would like to see the Louisiana Department of Education revised based on public comments and concerns. Lastly, there are several education advocacy groups representing thousands of families and teachers that couldn't be here today because it wasn't safe to travel in the weather, and they wanted me to communicate that to you. Thank you for your consideration of this request, and I hope that you will provide the opportunity for the voice of the hardworking people here in Louisiana to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and my name is Christy Hike. I appreciate Superintendent Bromley and Betsy board members for listening to our testimonies today. The framework of SEL is CASEL, or Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. This is based on the critical race theory ideology. The language is very confusing to parents because it sounds nice and innocuous, even innocent. However, it is anything but. SEL is the delivery system for the ideology of CRT. And why is CRT a bad thing? There are many reasons, only one of which is that critical race theorists believe that in all of our systems and in every situation in this country, there is some form of oppression. This is not an accurate history as a claim, but a revisionist one. They are rewriting our history by choosing perceptions based on oppression. In short, they are promoting the extremely controversial hypotheses that our country is steeped in systemic and structural racism, and that only government-led social engineering can fix it. In SEL standards, there is a portion that is self-awareness, which is inclusive of race. And no decent person obviously approves of racism. I just want to state that clearly. But under SEL, anti-racism
and that is in quotes, has a more sinister meaning. Under this system, white children are by definition oppressors. Minority children are the oppressed. And all of education evolves into a churning mass of guilt and resentment. Is this what we want for our children? Simply put, SEL is Marxist critical theory. It's rhetoric posing as education. And the implications are dangerous and extreme. It is a method of brainwashing our children. It is not the school's function to teach our children morals, values, attitudes, or beliefs. That is the parent's job, and I think Mr. Castile so eloquently described that to you in his statement about his son's concerns or questioning about the beautiful hair that his classmate had, and he so sweetly explained to his son, I'm certain, the difference, and I think that is the parent's place, not the school's place. You cannot determine the children, the teacher cannot determine what the children learns in regards to race and morals and all of those things. There are differences like this is an A, this is a B, but you cannot determine as a teacher what that child will think about race. I'm almost finished. The school's job is to teach children academics. With SEL and CRT, we have transitioned the purpose of education from academics to a very radical ideology, one that we should stand against to fight for the innocence of our children. And our children are innocent. They do not see race at young ages until it is pointed out to them. I think it's quite safe to say that most parents don't want their children obsessing about race and definitely do not want their children being propagandized and brainwashed by certain activists who pose as educators. Jesus said to his disciples, "It is inevitable that stumbling blocks will come, but woe to the one through whom they come. It would be better for him to have a millstone hung around his neck and to be thrown into the sea than to cause one of these little ones to stumble." I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Castile.
I greatly appreciate your acknowledging my comments. Just a few comments with respect to your comments. I disagree with the definition of critical race theory as you described it. I think critical race theory, frankly, might be a little more akin to the story that I shared, and that is that with regard to critical race theory and its origins, it wasn't intended in any way to suggest that people are inherently evil or some of the things that are being espoused in the Ethernet. Rather, what it is an attempt to suggest that we look at our differences critically. What I might explain to my 4 or 5-year-old, I might explain it differently to my 16-year-old or my 15-year-old or 14-year-old. At the higher education level, where critical race theory came about primarily in law school, it was intended for us as a country to look at the fact that our country has sometimes used history, and not always in a sweet way, but sometimes used our differences in a way of separating us. It is intended to allow us to study more carefully what has happened with our country and why it's important to understand differences, and sometimes that our country doesn't always do the right thing. Sometimes we do. Sometimes they're, more often than not, they're very, very good people in this country. But it's hard to not acknowledge that sometimes there are things that happen in our country and be really, really bad. And
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, and I don't know that it's possible to completely ignore in our education system that we have differences. We have differences in culture, we have differences in our countries, we have war, we have conflict. It's a reality. And nobody wants to sort of just take everything out of our education system. But I just, because you referenced my relationship with my son in my comments, which I greatly appreciate. But I think it is important that we continue to try to have a very good conversation as a nation. And then with our children, we are entrusted with the children of so many people. And while we want it to be just simply left up to our parents, the reality again is that our children spend a lot of time with educators. And I think it's important to make sure that our educators are given tools and that we understand those differences and how to apply them. So I'm not picking on you. And I greatly appreciate all of your comments. But I just don't want it to be lost on those who are in the room and those who may be watching, that we have expanded the original definition. And if you're a strict constructionist, we've expanded the definition of critical race theory to something far beyond what it was originally created to do. And that is, it was created for us to look critically at the way this country, the way that people and that institutions have used race to separate us. In fact, what we're talking about today, certainly in this conversation, is how that we bring ourselves together. It's an incredibly important conversation. And I know people run from it, and when they say that people run for the hills, and they duck and they dive. Particularly here in Louisiana, having that conversation is critical. And I shudder every time someone says, let's not in any way make any references to it in our schools, when our schools just, it is all over, everywhere. Our kids, that's who our kids are. And so I know we've got to do it in a responsible way, but critical race theory, not looking at everybody makes it out there.
I think enough people haven't done the deep dive on the subject to know exactly what it is. I think it's sometimes cloaked, it's something not so innocuous that in the wrong hands could absolutely be more divisive than anything else. And that is the concern, that we would not have the unity that you spoke of with, regards to race and the friendships and the associations and relationships that we form, especially at an early age. The children, I've had friends my whole life that aren't all Caucasian since I was a very young child. And as a very, very young child, I didn't notice their color. I didn't. It was just not a non-issue. We were all the same. So that's my concern.
Superintendent Brumley, as I follow the conversation, it sounds like, we can pick any topic, we could call it anything. The concern to me, as I see it, seems to be that within the classroom instruction, it could be construed to be something other than what it was intended. So I asked about how these terms get defined, and the response that I got was that your team is ultimately going to define these terms, and this board will have no review of that definition after that fact. So once it leaves your team, goes into the classroom, and whether it's social emotional development or some other topic, there's always the potential that whoever's providing the instruction can construe it to however they want to interpret it. So I don't find that unique to this topic. So in general terms, if I'm a parent, a grandparent, or whatever, how do we get those parents and grandparents comfortable that what's communicated in the classroom, regardless of what the subject matter is consistent with how it was intended? Is there some sort of audit process? How does that work so that we can get comfortable with how these more sensitive topics actually get into the classroom to our 4-year-olds who are obviously very impressionable?
First of all, you bring up a good point that it's not
unlike other content areas. So once standards are approved, we have a small team that works by content area, whether it's math, science, social studies. They take those standards, they work to help educate educators and providers on those standards, and then work to support and develop resources that systems, usually, if you're talking K-12 typically, utilize. So the process would look much the same once standards are developed here, except we'll be working with parents and early care providers, teachers, owners, directors. One of the things I think we should do across the board is just provide transparency behind documents, to make sure that the public has access to see documents and know what's being taught in classrooms, whether it's an early learning center or a second grade classroom or an Algebra 1 classroom. So I think one of the best things that we can do, and we should continue to work towards, is just making sure parents and community members have access to know what is and what's not being taught in classrooms. And then what I've always suggested is that education is typically, it should be a local enterprise where moms and dads are working with teachers and principals and school boards to make decisions in the best interest of their community.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander.
Thank you, Betsy, members, and thank you, Superintendent Grubbly, for allowing us to come here today. Is this on? Is this on? Thank you so much. Christopher Alexander with Louisiana Citizen Advocacy Group. I wanted to start by telling you, Mr. Castillo, how much I appreciate your comments regarding celebrating our differences. And I believe that if we all truly did that and affirmed one another, despite the differences that we have, we would be a better community and a better country. And we would all probably be more successful in everything that we do. So that is something that I wish we would all practice every day, to celebrate the unique differences that we have. I've been contacted by citizens from across the state of Louisiana who, quite frankly, are unclear about what these standards actually entail and how they're going to be implemented. And every one of the parents who's contacted me would agree with Mr. Castillo that we want to celebrate our differences from a very young age and not look at one another through the lens of class or race or socioeconomic status or any other thing, but look at one another as children of God. And so all of the parents who contact us, and I'm sure that every parent in this room would agree that we are all children of God and that we should all affirm one another emotionally. And we instinctively know how to do that. And that is the golden rule, as Christ taught, simply do unto others as you would want them to do to you. And I don't remember Jesus saying, well, but what if you're this class or this race or this background? No, he said, just do to other people the way you would want them to do to you. And it seems to me that all of these social and emotional standards that we're all trying to get at, where we're trying to affirm children emotionally and psychologically, is we could just teach them from a young age to treat other people the way they would want to be treated in love. And that is what we should all be striving for. The concerns that the people who have contacted us have specifically regarding the standards is where they come from. They come from a group, as Ms. Hike indicated, Collaborative Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, which is a national group that has produced and created the standards that we have distilled here. And if you go on their website, some of the language that they include on their website with regard to how these standards are to be implemented are very, very troubling. And I'm only bringing it up because this is the group that produced the standards that you're considering. And so I would like to go and recite some of the actual language that is on the website for Castle.
Mr. Alexander, if you don't mind, I do hate to cut you off, but we are at the bell did ring and wrap it up.
Okay, well then, let me just say this 5 seconds. I would encourage each of you to go onto the Castle website and review the language that is on that website regarding how these standards are supposed to be implemented. Because there's some language there that should trouble every one of you. And if you have not looked at that website yet, in light of the fact that they are the authors of these standards, then you're not prepared to vote on these standards today and to go forward, and the citizens of Louisiana deserve better than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Portland, Joanna Courtney Rogers, and Ashley Jackson.
Good afternoon, Ken Ortley. Good afternoon, Ken Ortley, Superintendent of St. Charles Parish Public Schools. As you just heard in part by Dr. Saunier, as well as other speakers, the early learning development standards went through a very rigorous review process, much the same as our K-12 standards do every 7 years. Starting with the Early Learning Development Standards Review Committee. The committee was made of 25 members that included researchers, practitioners, and families. They received feedback from legislators, state administrators, program directors, educators, professional development providers, families, caregivers, and community partners. The standards review process also included, as you heard earlier, 7 full group ELDS review committee meetings. Public comment from April 2022 to May 2022, where feedback was taken to revise the standards based on public comment. Additionally, these standards went before the Early Childhood Care and Education Advisory Council in May of 2022. The public comments were given and taken to further revise the standards. The Superintendent's Advisory Council also unanimously endorsed these standards in June 2022. The Early Childhood Care and Education Advisory Council met again in July of 2022 and unanimously endorsed the standards where public comments were made. I commend the Department of Education for guiding staff through a very transparent process with deep stakeholder engagement that included families along the way. As a committed advocate of early childhood learning and recognition of valued collaborative stakeholder input in the development of policy, and in this case, revision of early learning development standards, I respectfully request members of this board support revised early learning development standards and not delay them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Ashley Jackson. I'm the director at Seed Academy in New Orleans. Some of life's most important lessons happen before the age of 5. That's why Louisiana was one of the first states in the country to put early childhood education standards into place to give our children the life skills they need to be more responsible and successful as they grow up. The standards, formerly known as Standards for Early Childhood Care and Education Programs serving children birth to 5 in Louisiana, are meant to help children ages 5 and under learn valuable skills like how to pay attention, how to be a good student, how to make friends, and how to communicate with people. We know that children who receive this kind of learning in early life do better in school. And for well over 10 years, Louisiana has used these standards to give our children a better start in life. We must keep these standards in place. Our children's futures depend on it. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers.
Hi, my name is Courtney Rogers, and I am the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Gender for Children. Since 1984, Gender for Children has worked to ensure that Louisiana's children are nurtured and well-taught beginning at birth and continuing through adolescence. I am here today to continue that work by expressing our support for Bulletin 136, the Louisiana Standards for Early Childhood Care and Education Programs serving children birth to 5 years old. The research-informed early learning development standards before us today are a vital tool for educators and parents as they work to ensure that the children in their care are reaching important learning and developmental milestones before their first 5 years. These standards, which have been in place for decades, are necessary and should be advanced today to support developmentally appropriate curriculum and to monitor progression of learning and development in our youngest learners. We at Agenda for Children are happy to see the continued inclusion of social and emotional development standards in this revised version, despite the misinformation and reckless opposition around the concept. Social and emotional learning is a methodology that helps students of all ages build strong, positive relationships, develop trust, empathy, and compassion, control and redirect emotions, engage in responsible decision-making, as well as sense the difference between right and wrong. As adults, we often forget that each and every one of us had to actively learn everything that falls under the umbrella of social and emotional learning. This includes understanding other people's emotions and intentions, as well as how to differentiate right from wrong. Especially as we prepare our children for jobs in the 21st century, it is imperative that our children have these vital life skills, as it will help them ultimately reach their highest potential. Without these skills, we will be doing our children a great disservice. Research shows that children who do not learn how to properly communicate, build relationships, cooperate with others, and problem solve tend to suffer negative outcomes at a higher rate in adulthood. And you can imagine exactly how this may happen. If you take a first grader whose friend bumps him in the hallway and knocks him down to the ground, a child with strong social and emotional skills will be able to look at that situation, understand that their friend may not have done that on purpose, accept the friend's apology, and go about their day. But a kid who has not mastered their social and emotional skills is more likely to assume that their friend pushed them down on purpose, and they may act out by starting a fight or throwing a tantrum, and this will cause a huge disruption in the classroom and possibly to their education if the school opts to suspend them. As a former school-based social worker, I saw this happen so many times in 3 elementary schools here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where children did not have social and emotional skills, and it showed in their behavior, and they were often referred to me, and I had to work with them so that they don't get diagnosed as a kid with conduct disorder or get put out of school. And so in short, social and emotional learning helps our children succeed in school, and it also sets them up for positive outcomes later in life. I would like to thank the review committee for their hard work on this topic, and I really encourage you guys to move this forward today. There's no reason to delay this. Children need these skills, and we should move forward. Thank you.
My name is Joanna Wortel. I am an early childhood advocate in Pointer Bay Parish. My planned comments only repeat what many people have been saying, so I will merely say, please approve the revised standards so that we can give our children the life skills they need to be more responsible and successful as they grow up. It's time to vote.
Next up is Scott Tippett, Terrence Lockett, Gary Irwin, and Sherry Jeruska.
Good afternoon, members of Bessie, Superintendent Brumley, and a special hello to my member, Mr. Morris. My name is Scott Tippett, and I'm the Louisiana City Manager for Save the Children Action Network. We were created in 2014 as the political advocacy arm of Save the Children to be a political voice for kids. We work to ensure that issues critical to children's lives and futures are given top priority by our elected leaders, building bipartisan support to make sure every child has a strong start in life. And before you this afternoon, in strong support of the revised Early Learning Development Standards via Bulletin 136, the ELDS provides an age-appropriate goals for children, learning, development, and guide teachers, caregivers, and other early childhood professionals on what types of experiences and activities children should have in their earliest years, including how to pay attention in class, how to be a good student, how to make friends, and how to interact and communicate with people. Children must be taught these skills, as we've heard, and they must be reinforced at home, and in school. Some of the most important lessons happen before the age of 5. The social and emotional development component has been raised repeatedly in the run-up to this meeting. And what I know is the review committee comprised of 25 representatives from Louisiana universities, state agencies, lead agencies, nonprofit organizations, publicly and privately funded early care and education programs, 29 members of the Early Childhood Care and Education Advisory Council, and the Superintendent's Advisory Council had an opportunity to weigh in on these standards, and they all voted unanimously to support these revised standards. And that's because hundreds of studies conducted over the past few decades offer consistent evidence that social and emotional development is beneficial to children and society. I would appreciate your careful consideration of proposed revisions to the ELDS and ask that you please vote yes when the motion is before you. It's a step in the right direction to giving every child in Louisiana a strong start in life.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Garisco, and I first want to compliment you on your outstanding social and leadership skills and getting through this conversation this afternoon. I started teaching 46 years ago, so I have to endure a history teacher because that's what I'm here to give you a little bit of information about. In 2003, with the Department of Social Services, which is now DCFS, Children and Family Services, I led the first development of the infant toddler guidelines. Prior to that time, we had nothing. And we based that on the program guidelines that were developed for the LA4 program, which had begun probably 1999, 2000, somewhere around that time. This was the best opportunity for us to help child care teachers understand what we're doing across all these domains. We worked with our teachers in our child care centers to teach this. We built our quality rating system that was developed in those days, 2007. This was before children's issues came over to the Department of Education. When we did the first infant toddler guidelines, there was nobody at DCFS to approve it. You couldn't approve it as Bessie because this wasn't under you. So we looked to see who could validate what we had done. And we went to the Center for Emotional Education for children. I'll have to get the exact name. But anyway, what we have done over time, I believe, is to twice at DCFS and now twice here at the Department of Education, give a research-based tool for our educators to use, which I think is critically important. As a personal story, I will tell you that I took these infant toddler guidelines on the road back in 2004, I'm going to say, meeting at a library in Franklin, Louisiana, in St. Mary Parish, and had the opportunity to teach parents what this meant so that, I'll use the example of just intermittent scribbling and how I could interpret that to a parent as the first skill in language development. And the parent, you could see her eyes change when she saw that her child scribbling on the wall was the first stage in language development. I think that we owe that to our parents to be able to teach them what is happening with these developmental standards. Like Representative Freiberg, I will say that I was not the expert. But much like this last group did, I pulled the experts together. And I think it has stood the test of time. And I am proud that this state, across different departments, has stood for children. And I salute those who have continued this process, and I urge you to move forward with the approval of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Rocket still here? Paige Lowry, Dale Hoffbauer, and Schronstein. Ms. Corley?
My name is Dale Hoffbauer. With Louisiana Family Forum, our president, Gene Mills, is traveling, couldn't be here today, but I'm reading his statement. First of all, thank you, the board, and the superintendent, for the excellent work you're doing, and especially for your work on the recently adopted social studies standards. We're deeply grateful for the amount of time and effort the board dedicated to producing a set of standards that are worthy of duplication around the country. As you consider an update of the early childhood education standards, we believe that additional time and public input is essential to be sure that the new standards are the best for the children and families of Louisiana. We need exemplary standards such as those that were developed for social studies, and in that case, it was extensive public input that led to the final standards. So our urge today is for delay, and then once the public has been given more opportunities for input, both in person, writing, online, the proposed standards can be amended accordingly if necessary and presented back to you for consideration. Again, thank you so much to each of you for your dedicated service to our state, especially the children of our state. We look forward to weighing in on the standards. Just think additional delay, additional dialogue is prudent in this case, and I look forward to continuing to learn together. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen at the table, can I ask you, if you don't mind, what is your specific concern?
Some of it's saying that we've heard from parents and stakeholders across the state would be in the same areas as the chairman of the education committee. So one of the areas would be the social emotional learning. I know a lot of work has been done.
What I heard from the chairman was just that he had heard from a lot of people. I didn't hear any specifics. I'm trying to fish for specifics, and see if you have any specifics to offer from your group.
I can get back with you on those. There'll be some of the same concerns.
Hi, good afternoon. I'd like to thank you all, the board and the state superintendent, for allowing us to do public comment on the issue here today. My name is Paige Lowry. I'm with Louisiana Education Alliance. I'm here representing not just my organization, but my partner organizations and also constituents and parents in the state of Louisiana. I know there's been a lot of talk about SEL today. I'm not going to go, I didn't intend to talk about SEL today, but what I did come here to ask the board on behalf of the people that we represent is to please postpone this vote. We're asking for you to postpone this vote to allow the public to take part in this very important process. We do realize in April, May, there was a public comment portion open. I'm not sure what was generated from the public during that time, but I can tell you that there is a lot of concern in regards to certain components of this SEL standard, and that there is a lot of feedback into our organization as what it is that the public can do to participate in this process. So we are asking you to please postpone this vote, open up the public comment to the public comment portion back open to the public. I know that all of you have received a lot of emails over the past couple weeks from constituents, so has legislators, because they do want a place at the table. This is an important process. It is important for them to participate in this process, and we ask that you give them that opportunity to do that. In regards to SEL, because again, I wasn't going to speak on SEL today, I'm just going to point out a couple facts. SEL from 15 to 20, even 10 years ago was a very different construct than transformative SEL that we see today. These are two very different things. You've heard a lot of talk about SEL today. I think it's important to look at those different identifications or identifying factors, SEL from 2015, 10 years ago, and transformative SEL today. The concern that we have is the broadness of the standards. As we know, this is laying the foundation. The broader these standards are, the more options available to caregivers, teachers, educators to come through. And as great as that may sound at face value, the SEL component, specifically transformative SEL component, opens up a very broad conversation of what is actually appropriate, and a parent's going to be on board with the decision by those entities on the curriculum they choose because of the broadness of these standards. CASEL, C-A-S-E-L, is the #1 resource right now in the nation for SEL. Under their umbrella, I'm just going to start off a few of these things. Under their umbrella of what their SEL construct or rigor would be, is this. Critical race theory. I'd also like to just make a small point in regards to critical race theory. Critical race theory is a theory. By definition, theory is non-factual. So I just want to make that point. Critical race theory, changing of values, beliefs, and mindsets, comprehensive sex education, equity, gender identity, welcoming classrooms, and intersectionality. Are these the concepts under SEL that we are okay with through a birth through 5 standard program? I think we can do better with these standards. And I think they need to be defined, better defined, as we've seen with the previous standards from 2013. The last point that I'll make about SEL, transformative SEL, in 2021 alone, social emotional learning generated $2 billion in revenue. This is curriculum, teacher training. So we have to ask ourselves with a moving focus, a very rapid moving focus, to teach this rigor to our children in the education system with this very, very fast momentum of revenue that this specific guidance is generating. Is this really the right choice for the children of the state of Louisiana? Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Chairman, I just, with my very good friend, Chris Alexander, we're getting to be better friends. I don't know if Chris is still back there. But I actually went and we were trying to find casel.org, CASEL.org. And I shared that with my Betsy colleagues so that if you want to look it up as well, you can go to the website. And I wanted to find the definition of SEL. And it says, we define social and emotional learning as an integral part of education and human development. SEL is the process through which all young people and adults acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitude to develop healthy identities, manage emotions, and achieve personal and collective goals. Feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain supportive relationships, and make responsible and caring decisions. SEL advances educational equity and excellence through authentic school and family community partnerships to establish learning environments and experiences that feature trusting and collaborative relationships, rigorous and meaningful curriculum and instruction, and ongoing evaluation. SEL can help address various forms of inequity and empower young people and adults to co-create thriving schools and contribute to safe, healthy, and just communities. I read this from the website because I I think to Mr. Alexander's point, it's important to go to the source in terms of what it actually says. And I never, frankly, really heard of this until Mr. Alexander brought it up. But, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but I think because this is such a public forum, and people are watching us all over the state and the country and the world, that just, you know, social studies, math curriculum, science, they're multi-billion-dollar industries too. So I'd be a little careful about the fact that people earn money off of education, because there are people probably in this room who get paid through the education system. I'm one of them. And so I just want us to be careful that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, that there are certain things that are age appropriate. Social studies is a good example of that. There are some things that you would teach a 4-year-old or that you would teach a 14-year-old that you wouldn't teach a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old. I have some measure of confidence in our Department of Education and our local school boards that while there will be some folks who will probably go rogue and overdo it, that as a general rule, some of these concepts aren't as bad as people suggest. So I just, again, because Mr. Alexander brought up
since you are my friend, I'm going to take 2 seconds of indulgence because I have to go. I just wanted to tell you that, thank you. I appreciate that. But I would encourage everyone to take and thank you for your comments, Preston, because you're always thorough and you're always honorable, and I appreciate that. I would encourage all of you to take a deep dive into the Castle website and look at the webinars that they encourage their instructors to go and watch, where they use language such as trying to figure out how to use SEL to create anti-racist practices. I think we should all just treat each other the way we would want to be treated, and we don't have to build a system on anti-racist practices. I think that it says that the instructors are expected to assess power dynamics and confront issues of race and class across different settings. Again, how do you implement that? And they talk about a number of things that come up that are just one of the things on one of the webinars on the Castle website is to develop an understanding. We want the teachers to develop an understanding of the system of structural explanations and systemic explanations for different treatment across racial and cultural lines. These are things you have to clearly define. This is the organization that created this system that you're considering. Surely you're not going to vote on a system today without going to that source and doing a deep dive into that website. And as public servants of citizens across Louisiana who have contacted us with serious concerns, we would reiterate the other requests that have been made today, that you would defer this, look at the website that produced this system, and then let's come together again. And Mr. Castile, thank you so much for your commentary, and you'll always be a good friend. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. My name is Veronica Coyle, and I'm a proud parent and disabilities advocate. Considering the conversation is about social emotional learning, I thought that it was imperative that you think about how cultural competent curriculum actually go hand in hand with social emotional learning. And so I took out the time to pull up an article called Children Are Not Colorblind, How Young Children Learn Race, which is by Dr. Aaron N. Winkler from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. And on the first page, they actually state that children, that research clearly shows that children not only recognize race from a very young age, but they also develop racial biases by ages 3 to 5 that do not necessarily resemble the racial attitudes of the adults in their lives. It goes on to speak of that by 6 months, infants are able to non-verbally categorize people by race and gender. And that toddlers as young as 2 years of age use racial categories to reason about people's behaviors. and numerous studies show that 3 to 5-year-olds not only categorize people by race, but express biases based on race. Now, I think that it's important that we talk about that because when you're talking about social emotional learning, you're talking about the cultural competency as well. When we look at children, when they are born into this world, the first thing you identify is their sex, whether they're male or female, and then their race and ethnicity group. Children with disabilities are often not taught social emotional learning. They are never brought to the forefront about social emotional learning, nor are they brought to the forefront as it relates to cultural competency. And that is something that we need to actually take into consideration. I know that right now, if you look at the news, they are actually talking about the anti-Semitic banners that have been posted recently and distributed at people's front doors. Cultural competency and social emotional learning actually can help eliminate some of these biases by actually helping people better understand each other. I know that as an African American female, what I experience versus what Dr. Katie Bromley experienced as a white man is different. And I know what my child correct as a black man with a disability that's nonverbal, that uses American Sign Language and a communication device to communicate is different from what Mr. Ronnie Morris and Mr. Preston Castile will experience. So social emotional learning and cultural competency actually help us better understand each other. Just on Sunday, I had to explain to children of the age of 6 years old why my child communicates different. 6 years old. So when we talk about social emotional learning and cultural competency, they do go hand in hand. And I want to close by saying the conclusion that they actually say in it, which is 8 pages. It was only 8 pages, but their conclusion is that caregivers must first be comfortable addressing these issues themselves. After all, adults have all been socialized into culture that silences conversations about race and a culture in which subtle racialized images are all around us. That we are to remind each other that educating children about these issues requires that we rethink our ideas about several dimensions of everyday life, including the nature of racial and ethnic oppression, the intellectual capacity of children, our willingness to effect changes in oppressive social conditions, and the extent of children's social skills. They concluded saying that it is difficult, but it is important work. And I wanted to make sure that I let each and every last one of you know that it is important work. Social emotional learning and cultural competency go hand in hand. And we cannot think that social emotional learning is not important, particularly for individuals with disabilities, because they are discriminated against from the very beginning into this world. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak, but I do hope that you bring individuals with disabilities, some of the self-advocates to the table to actually let you know how important that cultural competency and social emotional learning work together and how it would benefit many individuals with disabilities in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Kiro or Ms. Jones?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to just thank members of our public who came long distances, stayed many hours to testify and give your perspective on such an important topic concerning the development of our youngest learners. So just thank you for your passion. Thank you for the rich discussion. I would like to offer a substitute motion to the one that's on the table. So I would like to motion that we approve as a notice of intent revisions to Bulletin 136, Louisiana Standards for Early Childhood Care and Education Programs serving children birth to 5 regarding early learning development standards.
Do I have a second?
Point of order, how is that different from what the motion that's on the floor?
What's on the floor is a receive. There is.
It was a receive and, we had a receive and defer. And retain, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm offering a motion, I just need a second.
Mr. Castillo.
Castillo, second. Great. I love a roll call vote when we get there. Thank you.
I'd like to speak, please.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Davis, can you come to the table? I believe that through this process, what would happen next, so if the board were to approve the motion as Ms. Orange-Jones presented it, then it becomes a notice of intent, which then goes out again for more public comment. And so, that there's, like, this process in and of itself is an opportunity for more dialogue. Is that correct, Ms. Davis? Correct. Okay, so I appreciate that, because I think that's a really important point, because one of the things that we've done, and I've heard multiple members do that today, is ask for some specifics. And so what's great about this is we have something very concrete in front of us that will then go to a notice of intent process where the public will be able to continue to engage. Before we do that, though, I do think it's really important to go back to having a conversation about the difference between standards and curriculum and resources. And because there was a particular organization mentioned multiple times today, and I'm sure there's a lot of organizations that use social and emotional aspects of child development because it's a critical aspect of child development. So I'm sure there's lots of people who use it, lots of organizations that use it and have a variety of ways that they may present it to students. But I think it's really important to understand is that the standards that you see here are just that. They are standards for what students should know and be able to do. And then our teachers in the classroom, beginning with our department will have a responsibility to provide resources and publish resources for educators to use. And our educators will have a responsibility as well as to how they may present certain things. And in our communities, those things typically look different. And so, you know, with some of the things I think people are talking about, I think that there is a misunderstanding of the difference between the standard and how a curriculum is established. And so I want to assure people that just because there's a website or an organization that may present something one way, that's not necessarily the way it's going to look in a classroom in Louisiana, or in any classroom in Louisiana for that matter. And there was a question asked about, like, what would parents do? How would parents know? And I would encourage people to start with your child's teacher. I have children who are in public school, and as a parent, you know, orientation, meeting the teacher, an open house, and those kinds of things are an incredible opportunity for me to go and say, hey, you're going to be teaching my child, and these are a couple of things that you should probably know about her, or some things you should know about us as a family, and things that we really value. And so, and as a parent, you know, there's an ongoing communication with the teacher. And when, I think in order for teachers to really support our students in learning, they learn about our kids and what our kids value and what our kids' interests are and those types of things. And so my hope is that the standards look different in different classrooms based on the audience of kids who are in those classrooms. But I know for sure that there's a way to do that in line with what we as Louisianians value. And so I supported these standards in 2013. I'm glad that we've made some progress since 2013. And I have complete confidence. I mean, I have friends who've reached out, you know, constituents, yes, and also close friends who are like, wait, is this something I need to be concerned about? And I'm able to say, no, and these are the steps that you take, or these are the things that you put in place to ensure that you don't need to be concerned. But when you do have a concern, starting with the teacher, the school, those are great places to do that. And so I feel like we're in a good place for this to be even better for our students than what we've had for the last 10 years. Thank you.
I want to clarify the process for everyone here, Dr. Bovey. So once it gets approved by the board, it goes to the register, submitted on the 10th, is that right, Shannon? Published in the 20th edition, on the 20th of the month. Is it published on the 10th or the 20th? 20th. Once it's published on the 20th of next month, then there's a 20-day written public comment period that you must submit comments in writing to the Bessie office via U.S. mail. not email because emails get lost. If we receive even one written comment, then it will automatically come back to you at the next meeting for reconsideration to that written comment in relation to what you approved this particular meeting. So if there's one written comment, it's coming back. And that's the process. And then there's some other steps. It goes to other bodies.
Yeah, also it would not go next month because the deadline for fiscal has passed already. So it would go to fiscal next month and then the register is not after that. So it would be ruled.
The 18th is the deadline for fiscal, so then it won't be September, it'll be October publication.
So it would be ruled in December.
Yeah, and then it takes finally about, if it doesn't come back to the board, 4 months for it to be a final rule, so it would not be in place until that period.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Malcolm.
Ms. Orange.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I hadn't heard that Mr. Garvey actually has a motion that he wanted that he was actually about to put up first, and then I'd like to put my substitute back up. So he's got a motion first, and I want to put mine. The same motion that I just voted again.
Yeah, I had mentioned earlier in the discussion that I wanted to make a motion, a substitute motion.
Yeah, he
You
said
remember?
it first, and I
Okay.
stepped in.
I
I'm standing
apologize.
with my motion.
All of ours.
I would like to make, well, we've gotten a lot of testimony today from people who have said that they just found out about this. We've received probably hundreds of emails from other people who have said that they just found out about this. When we had the portal open before, Superintendent Brumley said we only got 18 comments. We got almost 10 times that many emails from people saying they would like to comment. And we heard from Representative Harris and Amity, and we got letters from, who was it? Kathy Edmiston, Representative Kathy Edmiston, and Representative Chuck Owen saying that they just found out about this. So I'd like to make a motion that we defer on this until the October meeting and ask the superintendent to reopen the portal and take comments and try and reach a consensus on this issue with that in mind.
Is there a second from Mr. Garber's motion?
Before I would consider a second, I'd like to see if we could get a comment from Superintendent Brumley to give us a little bit more clarity about what that pathway would look like. Beyond just opening up the portal, what else are we talking about with that process?
So my only experience with that, Mr. Morris, would be the way in which we handle the social studies standards, wherein we open the public portal up again, solicit feedback. And with the last request, I don't know if it's part of this request, but the last request the last time, it was for the department to use the public feedback and make adjustments to the standards. So I assume should Mr. Garvey's motion pass, that would be the same process that we would use.
Are you looking for a second?
Yes. Ms. Garvey has been in motion. Is there a second for Mr. Garvey's motion?
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Absolutely, thank you. Okay, I'd like to now make my substitute again to approve.
Do I have a second for Ms. Kira Orange Jones' motion? Mr. Castillo? Okay. And I think Ms. Orange Jones requested a roll call vote. Can we go ahead with that vote?
Stop.
I was going to say the motion is to approve as an amendment.
Yeah.
Yes, the motion, just so everybody is clear, Ms. Orange Jones made is to approve as a notice of intent. So a yea vote or yes vote would be to vote in favor of approving, and no vote would be voting against approving as a notice of intent.
Dr. Bogey? Yes. Dr. Bogey votes yes. Mr. Castile?
Yes.
Mr. Castile votes yes. Dr. Davis?
Yes.
Dr. Davis votes yes. Ms. Ellis?
Yes.
Ms. Ellis votes yes. Mr. Garvey?
No.
Mr. Garvey votes no. Ms. Holloway? Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Morris votes yes. Ms. Orange Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Orange Jones votes yes. Mr. Rock?
Yes.
Mr. Rock votes yes. Ms. Bochet?
Yes.
Ms. Bochet votes yes. Mr. Mallory?
I would like to vote, and just briefly, because I've not had a chance to do this, I'll just echo Mr. Garvey's sentiments that I've received a number of emails from constituents indicating that they had not been, or they were not aware of that. For that reason, I vote no.
Mr. Noreen votes no, motion passes.
Okay, next item, please. But before we do that, we've been at this for 4 hours. I know that there are a lot of hungry people, so we will come back at 3:30. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. Next item.
Your next item is on page 2, item 3.1, consideration of an update report regarding the Purple Star School Award Program. The recommendation is to receive.
May I have a motion? Dr. Davis. Second, Mr. Morris. Dr. Brumley, is there a report from the department on the Purple Star?
We have some information in your handout. As you all know, we had worked with our legislature last session to build out the notion of Purple Star schools. This board then adopted policy around it. We provided that to school systems. And over the course of this upcoming year, our intent is to work with school systems and actual schools within those systems so that they can begin to earn those designations. We will be coming back at a later point for schools once they are awarded the designation.
Thank you. And I know I had asked for this update, given that Purple and Barksdale are in my district, so thank you very much.
Yeah. And you have information on qualifications and everything in your handout.
Any comment from the board? Any public comment? All right, any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item.
Next item is on page 4, item 3.2, consideration of policy contained in bulletin submitted by the state superintendent of education.
May I have a motion?
Sorry, the recommendation is to approve.
Ms. Ellis? Is there any discussion from the board? Any public comment?
Just to be clear, is this is the agenda item wherein 4 school systems were requesting waivers?
Yes.
My name is James Spinney. I'll turn in card in a moment. I object to this recommendation because these requirements are in place for a reason, and the inability of these school systems to comply is not up to Bessie to give them a pass. If these are the rules, they need to supply language education, arts, and whatever else they're trying to avoid. So I respectfully request that you deny this recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, if you can complete that card for us. I don't see any other public comment. Any other discussion from the board? Any objection from the board? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please.
The next item is on page 36, item 4.6, consideration of an update regarding the Success Through Attendance Recovery Task Force. The recommendation is to receive.
May I have a motion? Mr. Garvey, second. Ms. Holloway. Superintendent Brumley.
Yes, sir. So we have held our first meeting of the STAR Task Force, which is focused on bringing individuals together from across the state, multiple agencies, local school systems, et cetera. And Dr. Timmel would like to, at this point, give a report on the first meeting of that group and discuss some of the next steps with the board.
Good afternoon, Tina Timmel. I just have a very, very brief update. We had our first meeting in July, and our second meeting will be in October. We had about, yeah, it's testing.
Okay.
We had about 15 members of the task force, again, of about 30 invites that we sent out. We had representatives from DCFS, we had LDH, we also had judges, family and needs of services, we had Mr. Morris, was our SC member who attended, and it was just national PTA. We had many representatives that typically work in silos to address the tendency and truancy, and so the ability for us to all meet in the same room, identify critical barriers, but then also solidify potential next steps was just it was a great opportunity for everyone to come together. We had also had members from Baton Rouge's, the DA's office, so we just had a plethora of people there that really wanted to contribute to the solution. A few actionable next steps that we determined was facilitating the execution of celebrating a proclamation around Attendance Awareness Month. That will happen in September. You'll get more information on that. We're going through the process to actually set that up. Exploring a more accurate daily attendance tracking system that came up as a critical barrier. How do we ensure that the students we start with at the beginning of the day, that they're with us at the end of the day? So what system can we put in place to make sure that all the agencies represented can have access to that information, but it's also accurate information. Exploring the ability to report real-time attendance, chronic absenteeism, and truancy data at the LEA and SDA level. So again, we identified barriers. In our next meeting, October 5th, we will work through solutions and recommendations that's coming from a plethora of individuals who are doing this work daily. And so I'll stop there and see if there are any questions, or I'll ask Mr. Morris if there's anything he would like to add.
Mr. Mellon, I have a motion I'd like to put before the board, but I'd like to hold that if there's any comment on topic from board members before proceeding. Okay, so hearing none, I'd like to follow up on Dr. Timmel's comments with a motion. Ask the board to consider a substitute motion, move that the board receive the report and direct LDOE to update the school finder website with an attendance tab containing accurate data and verbiage. Explore the feasibility of badging systems to improve accuracy of attendance data, and bring policy requiring LEAs to include on their school websites a link to attendance data for consideration at October 2022 meeting of the board. So the basis for the motion is Dr. Kimmel spoke to is one of the points that was pretty consistent from everyone attending the meeting was that the truancy number currently, the last reported number for the state was 40.2%. 40.2%, that's 40.2, is obviously something that we need to keep on the radar right in front of us. We need to keep focus on it, and we need to put a mechanism in place to address it and sustain that improvement. But the first thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we're getting accurate data. And there were a number of folks that attended the meeting, including some very good data presented by LDOE staff that put the accuracy of the data in question. I've been to 2 schools within the last year that had actually already implemented the badging process. So students are wearing the necklace with the ID on it, but they've actually got the barcode on the tag. And they're already swiping the barcode whenever they go into the school. They got the system in place. I was at Capitol High last week here in Baton Rouge on tour. And students there have already implemented the system. Principal told me it costs $9,000. And they've got accurate real-time data for their students. So in the event of, so number one, they've got accurate data, and then with the whole discussion that we're having about school safety, this also provides real-time information, who's in the building, who's not. We're not able necessarily to identify where they are in the building, but we can get an aggregate count, who is in the building, we know who to account for. So the purpose of this motion, again, is to increase the visibility of truancy concern, so that it does stay forefront. And then secondly, as the department to look at this concept of a matching system and what that might look like going forward. I put that on the floor and ask for a second.
Mr. Morris, just so you know, I was told this, what you're asking is not required a motion. You could just simply direct the department to do this. So I don't know if we actually need subject to the motion. And I think your language is clear that you're directing the department.
That works, that's fine with me. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Any other comments or discussion from the board? Okay. Hearing none, motion passes. Oh, one comment card, I'm sorry. Ms. Corley, I do apologize.
While Ms. Corley comes, I just want to make a note that this work that Dr. Timmel is leading around chronic absenteeism and truancy is really important, because the system as a statewide system is not working efficiently, and there are needs for supports, surely, but there's also needs for efficiency within the system as it exists today. And so, as Dr. Timmel and I have discussed on multiple occasions, this is not just a process to run through a process. We need to come out of this process with real products and processes that are improved, because we know that all the things that we're working on to improve education in the state are limited in their ability to work if the children aren't at school. And so this really does matter. So I just wanted to add that for the public.
Thank you, Dr. Roman. And I would like to thank Dr. Timmel for her update, because she is phenomenal in working in this area. And I would like to ask that you please invite Louisiana Developmental Disability Council, as well as parents of children with disabilities, to actually have a seat on this actual committee as it relates to truancy. As you are aware, children with disabilities actually misses large numbers of days sometimes as it relates to their disability. Some children, like autism, may have sleep disturbance, so that may interfere with them actually being able to wake up on time, and that's written into their IEP. But the secretary in the school office may not have access to that information, and as a result, the parents are forced to go to truancy workshops or truancy, as we know it, and have to pay for an attorney to represent them in truancy court. So these are issues that parents of children with disabilities could actually speak about and actually help with addressing issues such as truancy. But also we need to make sure that the discipline advisory is represented as well, because you have children that have discipline issues as it relates to their disability that may also interfere with them actually being able to attend school and may lead to truancy. So I bring up these issues because these are issues that people that don't normally think about or consider as it relates to our disabilities community. But I do ask that you do take into extreme consideration that and make them a part of that task force and seeking and addressing it. Last but definitely not least, Senator Abrams actually brought a bill that actually passed as it relates to truancy for individuals that are doing homeschooling and actually tracking them. So let's make sure that we look at that bill that is now law and see how can we actually make sure that those respected individuals are at the table, as well as those that are in juvenile justice being brought to the table as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the public comment. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please.
Next item is on page 40, item 5.1, consideration of an update report regarding school safety requirements. The recommendation is to receive.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Dr. Davis, and then Dr. Oki.
Thanks, Mr. Melvin. Just to set this up before Dr. Singleton comes to the table to provide an update, a few things I think are really important. One, the Louisiana School Safety Summit that we put on for the first time ever was well attended. Many of you board members were there. Thank you for being there. Of course, individuals from the audience were there. I won't go through all the things that I consistently say I believe are important with school safety, but school safety is definitely important. It's our top responsibility. Hurricane Commission continues to proceed, looking to wrap up a draft report soon. Also with the bipartisan safety bill that passed congressionally, it is a bit of a struggle to find clear information across multiple agencies on what's available through that. But we will continue to work with our delegation and other resource groups to help us provide information in streamlined ways as best as possible, both for the board and for systems in regards to funding or opportunities that may be available. So Dr. Singleton, you're up, but I also wanted just to recognize Michael Como, who has been with the department for some time, but recently this year we have transitioned him into being our school safety liaison. So he is working across the road, so to speak, with individuals at the Capitol, but also GOSEP, State Police, and is the resource for our school systems. And so having a dedicated school safety liaison department was something that we felt like we needed to do, so we adjusted some of the responsibilities of other individuals to provide some flexibility in Mr. Como's schedule to be able to do that. So I just want to point him out so you would know Mr. Como whenever we talk about Mr. Como and the work that he's doing. So, Dr. Singleton.
Good afternoon, Ernie Singleton, Louisiana Department of Education. So you all have a report in front of you that we were directed to complete after the last BESI meeting. So during the month of July, we sent out a survey to our school systems as well as our public charter schools, and we tried to get non-public schools to participate as well. The numbers were very low, but I do want to thank our school system relations office as they were the ones who pushed out the information after we did not get a lot of response to get the information from our local school systems. So if you look at page 43 in your packet of the report, you can see that yes, the 69 traditional public school systems representing 1,522 schools. They 97% responded to the survey, representing 80% of schools. Most of them have an emergency operations individual within their school systems. There are some that do not, or there are some that have multiple roles. And so what we are trying to do here at the agency is establish Michael Como as their contact and provide support to those school systems as they implement various emergency operations and support them in getting the training that they need, as well as to review their sites to make sure that they are meeting the safety and security issues that should be addressed per GOSEP. So, the numbers that are listed here are some good and some not so good, but we hope to work with these systems on improving. And over the last few weeks, Mr. Como has been engaged with GOSEP. There are 4 work groups, and he's on all 4 of those work groups that's been commissioned by the governor to address school safety. We are deeply engaged with those individuals to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our systems. We are researching the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act so that we are ready to act when that funding is rolled out later this fall, so that we know what to expect. And I'm going to allow Michael to continue the conversation as he has been directly involved with those various work groups.
Good afternoon, Michael Como, Health Communities Director here at the department. As Dr. Singleton stated, we've been engaged with the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and the State Police, and we're trying to prioritize those items that need to be addressed in the school systems locally. We're trying to provide professional development and resources to those school systems so they can look at their immediate needs. But in my opinion, I think we need to focus on site assessments, focus on training, and drills conducted within the school system to address all aspects of emergency operations and planning. We'll be glad to answer any questions.
It's not as much a question as a comment. So I have spent a significant amount of time getting my school set up on the Rave app, but I think it was time well spent. And so I think that we should be encouraging that among the high school principals. I can say when my student body came together and we were talking about school safety, I think they felt reassured that in seconds, any staff member on my site can be in touch with law enforcement and can have law enforcement on the way in seconds. And so I think at the Safety Summit, which thank you guys so much for hosting the summit, it opened my eyes to some things, is that it's communication is key and time is key, right? So those are the things that I think about at my own site is like, how do I slow an intruder down? And then how do I communicate with people to make sure that my students and my staff are safe? And so, principals are really busy people, and it's like, I think you could be caught up doing a million things, right, as a school leader. But I think providing support, helping people understand and see the value of it. And I'm doing that with my peers and offering to help. But it's very user-friendly, and I think it reassures me and my students, and I think even my faculty, because we actually have multiple schools on our one site. And so to know that I don't have to worry about someone getting in touch with their principal to call 911, but anybody that we see an intruder on our campus would be able to alert law enforcement right away is very positive. So I hope that you also are helping to promote that. I know Mark Benton is doing a great job, but I think also it coming from the department and would be beneficial.
Yes, actually, the school safety task force, school safety task force recommended to the governor that we potentially have an executive order to require Rave and the Crime Stoppers Act as well. I know that Dr. Bromley is a proponent of that, so we're trying to promote it as best we can. And there may be an executive order coming from the governor soon to require it. It's free, as you might know, from state police, the Rave app is. But as long as we have some sort of application that provides that communication to law enforcement, would be critical.
I did find out at the local level that the sheriff in Lafayette, Mark Garber, has a tip line app that I was able to share with my students. So I know some districts use Crime Stoppers, and I was like, okay, Lafayette, if we're not using Crime Stoppers, what's it going to be? And so they did. I didn't know it was available, but it shared out with students. So I think the local context matters too, but I hope that all schools put something in place to increase the speed of communication.
One of the key individuals within a system for implementation of both Crime Stoppers and the Rave app is the local sheriff and/or municipal police chiefs. And so one of the things that we've been doing most recently, certainly at the Safety Summit, encouraging systems to sign up both for the Crime Stoppers app and the Rave app, but also in our tours that we made around the state on accountability, we had Mr. Bowles come with it as well, with Lambert and myself, and we provided information to systems there on how they can sign up. And so I think that you would see a pretty significant increase in the number of systems that have now signed up for Rave and/or Crime Stoppers. And we certainly support both of those things. And so we'll continue to push out on that, but we'll probably be a little more vocal about it moving forward.
And I'd offer, for any board members, on breaks, if you'd like me to show you what it looks like and how it works, I'd be more than happy to show you.
Yeah, my question is with regard to the survey. If my math is right, there are 69 traditional schools school systems representing 1522 schools. 97% responded. That means there are 308 schools that didn't respond. So I'm real uncomfortable with that. We got 308 schools that basically appear to be not informed or not engaged or whatever. But that sounds like a pretty significant risk. Can somebody speak to that?
There's two systems that did respond, so that would be the maker of those two systems.
So who's following up on that? You're going to come back to us and confirm that we got 100% compliance here?
So,
thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. We have a motion. Any objection? Any public comment? Oh, actually, there was a card submitted earlier by Mr. Mike Francis from the Public Service Commission. He is in support of the recommendation. I know he's not here right now, but I do thank him for coming earlier. It appears we do have another public comment. Ms. Croy, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, as we speak about the safety requirements and actions for schools, I know that Uvalde, Texas, shooting has been at the forefront of all the schools across our nation, including Louisiana. Considering that we're an open carry state where you can openly carry your guns and walk around throughout our states. But nobody ever speaks about what the safety looks like for the children with disabilities, and in event of an active shooter, what that looks like with getting our individuals with disabilities out of the building in a timely fashion. And often we're also thinking about how active shooter drills are. They always look at when the kids are in the classroom, but we are aware that active shooters can come at the end of the day during carpool lines when kids are lining up to get on the buses. They can come in the morning time when kids are unloading into school. They can come during cafeteria lunchtime. They can also come during recess. What does that active shooter drill look like? And are we taking into consideration the medical piece? Have we taken into real consideration making sure that the SWAT team and others are there that actually are familiar with our individuals with disabilities to make sure that they will be able to safely evacuate from the building? So when we talk about safety requirements and the action, we do need to make sure that we address what that looks like for individuals with disabilities. Not just the students, but the staff as well that have disabilities. What does that look like getting them out? So I'm hoping and asking that you would actually put that at the forefront, and that maybe you have seats to actually be represented on as well on this committee and task force, to actually make that a real strong consideration and a real hard look, because as I stated before, we have a little more than 300,000 out of the 900,000 kids in the school system that are children with disabilities. So safety has to be addressed as it relates to them. One school system that actually had safety was the school system in Florida that had the shooting. That was one that they did not take into consideration what it would look like for children with disabilities, getting them out of the building. And so I think that it's important that you know that they had more than 14 individuals that were killed, that were students. And so we do need to make sure that it is a priority, that we know what is safety going to look like for our children and the staff alike that have disabilities, and put that at the forefront, because when you make it safe for them, you make it safe for all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Miller, I just wanted to also share on this, like school systems across the state are taking this seriously. In conversations with leaders and board members, et cetera, this is not something that they're not interested in making sure they get right. So we'll continue to lean and push, but I don't want there to be a thought that systems are trying to make sure that their systems are being improved.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, any objection to the motion? No objection, motion passes. Next item.
Next item is on page 50, item 6.1, consideration of revisions to bulletins regarding English language proficiency test, Connect, and the innovative assessment program. The recommendation is to approve as notice of intent, Bulletin 111, the Louisiana School District State Accountability System, and Bulletin 118, Statewide Assessment Standards and Practices.
May I have a motion? Mr. Morris? Mr. Rock? And I see Mr. Lambert is at the table. Dr. Butler, you have anything before you
Just turn this over to Mr. Lambert.
For the most part, these are items that come before the board every year, particularly when we have a new assessment Last August, we had Meet Connect come forward. This year, we have ELPT Connect, which is being added to Bulletin formally now that it's been administered and is in the process of going into our assessment accountability system. ELPT Connect is the English language proficiency test for students who have significant cognitive disabilities. So that will be being added. Additionally, there's some work that was brought to the board last month, or 2 months ago, the last time Bessie met, to discuss the IAP and the way that will be included in accountability. We did some additional work. The language that is here does the things that we talked about before with the name of the assessment changing, but it also allows us to maintain the commitment that was made to school systems related to their letter grades. However, it does not have an impact on them moving in terms of intervention. So we were able to work with the U.S. Department of Ed to find a way to make it acceptable to use the letter grades based off of the commitment that we made. However, we cannot not use the IAP results for intervention movement, which we think is a fairly solid compromise. It's not as far as we wish we could go, but unfortunately we are tied a little bit here.
Mr. Carney? Yeah, what percentage of our students are we talking about that fall into this category that take this test?
The ELPT Connect is about 1%.
Thank you.
Or 1% of students. All the Connect pathways are limited to 1%. It would be probably 1% of our students with disabilities, which is like 3%, I believe, in the States, or 1% of 3%.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work on that innovative assessment. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Questions? Dr. Davis, I see you looking.
So I just want to, this fits in with the existing accountability system, not the ones that we are still thinking about revising, correct?
That's correct. This adds us to our list of assessments with a scale score range and all that kind of stuff that needs to be in bulletin.
And I just, as part of the SEED committee, I would like to say I appreciate all the hard work of members of that committee that went into making sure that this was correct. Thank you.
And we appreciate your service on SEED.
Is there any public comment? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 81, item 6.3, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 137, Louisiana Early Learning Center licensing regulations regarding CPR and first aid certifications. Your recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Dr. Bophy and Mr. Garber. Superintendent, any public comment? Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, any objection? No objection, motion passes. Next item, please.
Your next item is on page 83, item 6.4, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 1530, Louisiana's IEP handbook for students with exceptionalities regarding K2 alternate assessment eligibility criteria. Your recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent. So moved.
Dr. Bophy, Ms. Carol Jones.
Mr. Mayor Jordan, would you like to come up and just check to see if there are any particular questions for us? Meredith oversees the work of students with exceptionality.
Absolutely. Meredith Jordan, Director for Denver Farms. I'm happy to answer any questions about the revisions here to Bulletin 1530 coming out of our work group. As Dr. Davis noted, being passed through many levels of stakeholder engagement before coming to you today.
Mr. Morris.
Can you just give us a general overview?
Sure, absolutely. And you have some supporting documents there. You have the revisions that essentially add a section to 1530 around K2 alternate eligibility criteria. So Mr. Lambert came before me and talked about the ELT Connect assessment that is new. This is our first alternate assessment in that K2 space. And so that precipitated the need for an alternate eligibility criteria. And so that criteria has to be in place prior to that assessment. Our work group took a process to policy approach. We started that work group over 6 months ago now, taking that process to policy approach, thinking through how our practitioners would operationalize this decision making. Very important decisions in that K2 space. We know placing the child on an alternate assessment, especially in those developmental years, will have to be a decision that is made by our IEP teams very carefully. So we designed a tool alongside our practitioners through that work group that does just that, that gives them that process. Like Mr. Lambert stated, this is going to impact a small number of students this year. We passed this criteria and that draft tool many times through our SEAT panel, through the Superintendent's Advisory Council. We took it to teacher leader and had some of our educators practice essentially with that tool, give us some feedback. And so we've arrived at the criteria that you see in front of you, as well as the draft tool that will guide our IEP teams around us. Future work is not done, so once this is approved by you all, there will be development around this tool, the criteria with our IEP teams and how to best make these decisions.
I have constituents with a lot of interest in this area, so if you could help educate me. Can you just sort of take me through how this would apply to a child in that age group?
Absolutely. So for this year, any English learner student who has a significant disability and has an IEP, that IEP team will sit down with this criteria and with that tool, and as a team, walk through all of those criteria, making sure that that student does have a significant disability, that student is using an instructional plan that is much different, very individualized. This would be a student that would need a lot of supports. They would not be transient in nature. This would be a student who would need a lot of supports constantly because of their disability. And so that IEP team, you'll see on the draft tool, there are a lot of levels of engagement with that IEP team. One of the pieces of feedback that we received was they wanted a pupil appraisal signature, a sign-off that an evaluation expert, that pupil appraisal member on that team had also been considered in that decision-making process and signs off and says, yes, this is a student with a significant disability and therefore would be eligible to take this alternate assessment. And so it would be an IEP team decision prior to the assessment this winter.
How does this differ from what's in place today?
It's a very different in that it is a very specific criteria and tool designed for the K2 grades. We did not touch, alter, or edit any of the current grades 3 through 11 criteria. And in that K2 space, our work group kept some very key considerations in mind as they developed this tool and the criteria set forth before you in the bulletin policy. Some of those considerations include they were very adamant they did not want to in any way signal that we want to go out and give a lot of IQ testing to kindergarten through second graders. So you'll see in that tool steps that encourage that IEP team, if they have a full-scale IQ assessment for a particular student, that they could consider that, but it's not required, that they would move on in that tool and look at other criteria.
Any other questions? We do have one public comment. Ms. Kathleen Kino.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Kino, and I'm from St. Tammany Parish. As a parent of a child with a disability, that, to put a child on an alternative pathway at such a young age, and you're already determining what they'll be capable of, and you're letting the IEP team decide, like I said earlier, half the teachers in my parish are not special education teachers. They are out of field, and it is, I would strongly discourage doing this to a child because you're limiting their potential in kindergarten. I would be very upset. I just advocated for a child last year. They wanted to put in a self-contained classroom mostly because he's not verbal and needed support. However, I convinced him finally to test him for gifted, and he is gifted. He just has to communicate differently and have additional supports put in place. But if it was the IEP team decision, that child would be on an alternative pathway. And so I think this is a very dangerous thing for children that are in kindergarten. I don't know, as a parent and as an advocate, I ask that you don't pass this.
Any comments from Dr. Davis?
Can I get you, Mr. Speaker, to come up and talk to us a little bit, because just as a member of SEEP, I hear this parent's concerns, and I know that that was one of the things that the committee thought really carefully about, that we wanted to make sure that we were not limiting children, and that we were not making decisions about potential or even changing potential as they age. And specifically, can you address that if we have IEP teams that are not certified in special education, where is the voice in this process for someone who is certified in special education to be shepherding a child's IEP team through this process?
Absolutely, and the committee, SEEK would definitely agree with those cautions. We only want the most significant students. This is not an opportunity that you want many students participating in. I will say this is also a federal requirement. So anytime that we have statewide standardized assessments, we're also required to offer an alternate version of that. Our committee talked a lot about making sure we're making the right decisions for students, how alternate assessments will alter their pathway, their options in school. So I would say definitely one of our recommendations to add that pupil appraisal signature will give you that layer of protection in case that special education teacher serving on that IEP team or that regular education teacher isn't certified. You have that pupil appraisal expert who has the assessment knowledge, is an ed diagnostician, has been trained, could be school psychologists, have those assessment and very much aware of how to read those very difficult assessments sometimes and what those mean. That level of signature will give you some of that layer of assurance.
Ms. Coyle?
Now, I'm gonna welcome all questions. No, Ms. Mary George, no support. Come back up to the microphone, because I want them to be able to ask you and I the same questions. So I'm gonna answer Dr. Belinda Davis' question. Okay, this is not going to work. Number one, most of our school systems across the state of Louisiana does not have school psychologists. They don't have clinical psychologists either. In fact, if you reach out to LSU, I know we love LSU. If you reach out to LSU will tell you they are having a problem with trying to recruit individuals to actually go through their program to become school psychologists. So that is a problem. Number two, most of our individuals that actually work in the pupil appraisal department do not know bulletins 1530, 1508, 1706, and the list goes on and on. They don't know them. So when they don't know them, you know what they do? They fight parents and advocates alike. They fight attorneys too, and they tell them, hey, we actually did an evaluation or an assessment. Now, according to this tool here, you would actually have to do an IQ test on a child to actually see if they are performing 3 standard deviations below the mean. We actually talked about this in seat. According to this tool, the second question is, does the child have an IEP? If the answer is yes, you can continue. If the answer is no, you have to stop. The third question, what is that child's exceptionality? If it's deaf and blind, stop, don't go no further. If it's autism, yield. You may not be able, they may not qualify for this. Or if it's Down syndrome, hey, they may be able to go. This is discriminatory practices that is going to happen now in our special education department, courtesy of a tool. Ms. Meredith Jordan told the SEAT committee that we would actually be able, the pupil appraisal team would actually be able to continue to go through the tools. They can't if they tell you to stop. So exactly how is it going to work? The one pager that she provided along with the actual pamphlet that they provided to us actually contradicted each other. We actually mentioned that at the last SEAT meeting. That's not being mentioned here today. We need something that is going to be real for our children with disabilities. As Ms. Canino just stated, there are many kids that have a disability, but it does not reflect their ability to be able to perform in an educational arena. It just means that they may need some accommodations and modifications. But this tool does not grant them the opportunity to get that. Instead, what it does say is, hey, based on the exceptionality, which we do know that if you do not know Bulletin 1508, you cannot go to Bulletin 1706 to give them the correct exceptionality. Each of the bulletins are intertwined, and they're intertwined so lovely to where if you give a child an exceptionality of emotional disturbance in one bulletin, you have to go to the next bulletin to actually see what other evaluations they need. This tool does not address that, and so what you would have is a team of people making a decision to give a child an exceptionality that may not provide them with the proper support for that child to matriculate through the school system. And then you have a child that will not be able to read, write, do math, or anything in between, and will not be able to be a productive citizen in the state of Louisiana. So what I do ask, which Ms. Meredith Jordan can come back up here, and we can actually answer all of the questions for y'all. I am more than willing, which she knows, and Dr. Bromley knows, and Dr. Belinda Davis knows, to actually say, hey, this is not it. We need to go back to the drawing table. Because a lot of our parents of children with disabilities do not want their children in self-contained classes. They want them to be in a regular ed class with regular peers so that they can actually have another model of how to behave appropriately, and so that they can actually receive a free, appropriate public education. So this is something that I would actually tell you as a parent and as an advocate, it will not work. It will hurt all of our children with disabilities in a major, major way. And I welcome our questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Come on, Ms. Morris, I know you have a question. Come on, you've been on a roll today with some questions. I know you have a question, and I'm going to answer it for you. And I know Ms. Meredith Jordan will come back to the microphone and she'll answer too. We're going to tag team for you.
Dr. Davis.
So, short, can you tell me, so if Bessie moves on this today, what are next steps? Like, does this have to go through a process similar to accountability? Maybe Ms. Davis can answer that. Like, will this have another opportunity for public comment? Because I guess, and I know that you were a fierce advocate and I'm listening to your voice, but I also know that on SEAT, we've had parents of students with disabilities, we have had practitioners who were in the room for IEP meetings, we have behavioral health experts, and I do know that this is a federal requirement, and so I just, if we pass this, where's the additional opportunity for parents of students with disabilities to tell us what might need to be tweaked, and if there's not another opportunity for that, and we get this in place and we see that it is not working in school system, where is our opportunity for corrective action?
I'm assuming, Ms. Davis, that it would go out for notice of intent, saying additional public comment procedures. I will add that the tool, the decision, the parent is a vital part of the IEP. The parent signs off on this decision. So they would have to be in agreement with this decision. Will communicate, will continue to communicate the importance and the carefulness that you have to take when making these decisions as well, and including the parents and having that voice. We can also bring it back to see if needed, to see if there's any additional input or comment. Thank you.
Okay, now Dr. Davis, I'm gonna answer that question for you. So, in our seat meeting, we were informed that the staff is supposed to go through the entire tool, but if you actually look at the tool, it tells you to yield or stop at every question. And depending on what the exceptionality is, what the standard deviations below the means that the child is performing, etc., it'll tell you to yield or stop. You can't go any further. So that's a problem. That's problem number one. Number two, how are we supposed to appeal this? There is no appeal process. I know that we're supposed to be rolling this out and having this implemented in February of 2023. And that's going to impact us statewide. So you know how many parents of children with disabilities' voices are not heard at IEP meetings? I can tell you, Mr. Nino can tell you, we as parents of children with disabilities, according to IDEA, our voices are supposed to be heard. We are the most important member of the IEP team. But we are the most disrespected member of the IEP team because our voices are muted. And our voices are muted because they feel that as a parent, we don't know the education arena. But as a parent, we know our child the best. And as a parent of a child with a disability, I'm begging and asking that you, number one, don't be quick to put this out. Because we see the flaws. I mean, you can just look at the tool and look at the one pager and see that they contradict. But they also had, like Dr. Davis stated, it was many individuals at the seat meeting, even at the last meeting, that stated, based off of the child's exceptionality, they would not qualify. Exceptionalities should not be something that we make a reason for a child to qualify for support. It's not. But it is the weapon of choice that we're using to discriminate against the children with disabilities as it relates to this tool. American Disabilities Act and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 do not allow us to discriminate. It doesn't. And when we're taking that child's exceptionality and using that, we are violating FERPA and HIPAA and counting that against them. Like, I'm just asking y'all, as individuals, as parents, as people in the community, that we actually give these children a real true chance. And that's not what this tool is doing. I beg of you, let us bring it back to seat. Let us really and truly figure out a way that we can actually have more people on the pupil appraisal team that actually really and truly understand children with disabilities and how to work with our children with disabilities. Allow special education teachers that really and truly work with our kids to be a part of that team. And then we can actually do something. I even ask that you allow Mr. Wayne T. Stewart, and he's here in the building. I even ask that you allow him to be a part of creating this tool, because he as an attorney and a clinical psychologist, he sees it every single day when he comes to the IEP meetings. This tool is going to create more legal problems for our State Department of Ed and our local educational agencies, but worse, is going to hurt every single one of the kids with a disability.
Mr. Miller, yeah, a couple questions. Mr. Gordon, I thought I understood earlier your comments that parents could choose to opt out. Is that correct, or did I misunderstand?
Parents are a part of that IEP team that makes these participation decisions.
So they can't go that pathway unless the parent signs off, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and next question. Dr. Davis, is there parent representation on seat? You know?
There is parent representation on seats as well as practitioner representation, and then also experts from the field who are special education educators at our colleges. And I do want to clarify for people who might not have been following this, and just correct me if I'm wrong, this is not being used to determine services for children. This is being used to determine which assessment they take and whether or not a child's exceptionalities qualify them for an alternate assessment and not LEAP. So this is not going to be used to deny any child their services. And just to clarify, there are stops and yields in this process, but that is not being used to deny a child a service. It's being used to figure out, is it appropriate for us to even move forward because we know that this child's developmental issues are not appropriate for the alternative assessment. And so that the team is being told they should take the regular LEAP and not one of the alt connects. But just to be clear, this is not a service tool. This is a way of helping us determine when if the child takes the alternative assessment, and a parent, if the parent decides that they do not want the child to take the alternative assessment, the child can take the LEAP.
Dr. Brumley? Yeah, I'd like to get your opinion on this, Dr. Davis, as you're a member of SEEK, but I don't recall opposition, or I did not hear of opposition to this at SEEK with the actual members of SEEK. But what I would be willing to do is, if the board would so desire, kick this back to SEEK with the commentary from the parents that are here today, so that they can look at it again. But I would need the board to recognize and understand that if we did that, depending on the timeline of when we can bring that back to you in October, we would have to issue under emergency rule because IEP teams at schools would have to have time to make decisions in advance of spring testing. And so it is an additional option for the board to consider if we'd like us to take it back to SEEK. Would like your input on that. But it will run up against a deadline for decision making of IEP teams.
And so that, if it becomes an emergency rule, that denies the opportunity for people to participate in public comment then before the next LEAP, correct?
It would deny it through that rulemaking process, but it would allow it through SEEK.
You know, and so my difficulty, and Ms. Jordan, you can help me with this one, right? Like, so for SEEK meetings, sometimes it can be very difficult for us to have a quorum because we have members who are traveling from all across the state who have children with exceptionalities that sometimes prevent them from coming. And so I am worried about, making a decision like that in terms of whether or not the most effective place for parents to comment who can't come to SEEK, right? Like, I mean, we have a very similar set of parents who come to SEEK to represent and advocate for children. And my concern would be that if we send it back to SEEK, we are limiting it to that same set of parents and not the set of parents from across the state that could comment through the rule and comment procedure. So as advocates, do you see the choice that's having to be made there about whether or not we're broadening the number of voices of children with special education students that can be heard, or by sending it back to SEEK, or we're actually narrowing it? And my concern would be that we're narrowing their voices. And I would like, Ms. Holloway, you have served on SEEK in the past. Do you have an opinion about what might be the most appropriate path to take at this point?
I think you're saying it very well, your opinion on this. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I'm listening, but I think you've said it well, Dr. Davis. You have good points on that.
Ms. Davis?
Yeah, I think you could recommend approving it today, direct the superintendent to bring it back to SEEK. If they have any further recommendations, then he would need to bring it back in October for changes. Otherwise, after that seat meeting, you can move forward with the notice of intent as it was. Because there were no objections to
Yeah,
the
no
seat.
objection. See, we can proceed in a number of different ways. We just, whatever the board feels is best. We just want to make sure that we are finding a way to incorporate the voices that we've heard today from the parents. And both of these parents I work with from time to time, I know they're deeply committed to their children and other children across the state, so.
Ms. Orange-Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you. Like, I appreciate, this is not an area of my expertise, and I'm sure some board members probably feel more expertise around this than others, and so I really just appreciate you taking the time to come and share your concerns. It's obvious to me that you are not only concerned about your babies, but all of our babies, and I really do appreciate that. I just think if there is a way to do what Ms. Davis is saying, that does seem to be a way to move the process forward per what Dr. Davis has articulated, and also take into consideration the important stakeholder voices we've heard today. So I don't know if that needs to be a different motion or whatever, but I'm wondering if we can get there.
So can I make a substitute motion that the board vote today to accept the recommendations with the understanding that it will go back to seat for the next board meeting, and should significant concerns be raised about the process, that we will bring that via seat, we will bring it back to the board in October.
I'll second that.
And I think what you were saying about the stop, it does say stop, because that means stop, you don't qualify for this particular assessment. So stop means stop. I mean, that's a good thing. It's clear then that you don't qualify. So this is just an alternate assessment and a means of determining who qualifies for the alternate assessment.
But the qualifying is based on the exceptionality, and the exceptionality is approved and determined by the IEP team, not necessarily based off of what the evaluation yields, but off of what a team collectively decides they want their child to have an exceptionality of. So, and that's why I wanted to state that, and I definitely appreciate Dr. Davis for actually wanting to bring it back to the seat. And I hope that we can actually get all of the disability community areas such as families, open families, the arts, the CAN, et cetera, to actually be able to disseminate that information out so that our individuals with disabilities and their parents can actually speak on this issue.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments from the board? I know we have a substitute motion. Dr. Davis?
I think the concern here is that there's some SIR deadlines, which is impactful for the entire state. And I don't know that anything they could offer would be that significant to requiring an alternative tool. But I know you're trying to get try really hard.
Well, if I'm taking it back to seat, I'm not taking it back to seat just to say I took it back to seat. I'm taking it back to seat to hear parents and hear what they have to say. And if in fact we have to make an alteration to something because it's in the best interest of the kid, that's what we'll do. But I think this is a good approach, and it gives us the opportunity to move forward policy. And if we need to make a shift, we make a shift.
All right. Any opposition to the substitute motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item, please.
Next item is on page 99, item 6.5, consideration of revisions to bulletins regarding continuous learning plans and remote learning. Your recommendation is to approve as notice of intent. So moved.
Dr. Murphy, Mr. Garvey, second. Mr. Lawson?
Yeah, Mr. Walsall is just here for questions. If you have any questions about this, this is something that has been part of discussion for a long time right now, Mr. Walsall, and has gone through SAC, I believe, twice. And so now we have it in a position where we believe it's ready for approval.
Any questions from you? Hearing no questions, is there any objection to the motion? All right, no objection, motion passes. Next item.
Your next item is on page 105, item 6.6, Consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook of School Administrators regarding the installation of cameras in certain special education classrooms. Your recommendation is to approve as notice of intent and emergency rule.
Can I have a motion? Mr. Garvey, second. Mr. Morris. Mr. Lawson, see you here this time as well. Do you have a presentation or here for information?
We are here to provide information and answer questions if there is any. I want to kind of go over how we went about this and then also the allocation of the funds from the legislature.
Please go ahead.
Ethan Lawson, Louisiana Department of Education. Sorry, I almost said representing Betsy, slipped into my legislative role there. So this item is brought to you in response to legislation that was passed in both 2021 and the 2022 regular legislative session around installing cameras in self-contained classrooms for special education students. The law allows for parents to request a camera be placed in the classroom, and that the school system would have to create policies to answer that request and to do it. In 2021, there was not money that was allocated for the installation of the cameras. In 2022, the legislature appropriated $8 million into the fund that would create the cameras and allow for the installation and purchases of those. And so that was then put into the Department of Education's budget for this year to allocate out to the systems. So the way that we have allocated the $8 million to the systems is we took the SIRS data, which is the number of students in self-contained classrooms across the state in each district, and then we divided that by 5, which is the amount of students that are in classrooms. It's a very low amount. Usually there's more than 5 students in there. And we allocated out about $3,800 per classroom to put in a camera. Even if a school had just 1 student who was in a self-contained classroom, they will still receive that $3,800 allocation. This will be restricted funds, which can only be used for the purchase and installation of these cameras. And then that money will stay in their bank accounts, in the system's bank accounts, until it is spent fully. So the reason why we're allocating it out to all of the districts now is because at some point at the end of this fiscal year, if we did not allocate that money out, then the money would go back with the legislature. So it stays in that fund, and we would no longer have the approval of the legislature to spend that money unless if they would give it to us again. And so we wanted to make sure that we allocated out some systems, if there are requests out there, that they can go ahead and get those cameras for parents. So with that, that's a brief overview of it. It was a long time coming in the legislature, and it was a lot of work done by parents here today, and the hard work that they put into this in the school systems as well. So if there's any questions, happy to answer. I also have John Hunt here who can answer any legal questions.
Mr. Morris.
Okay, so I got a lot of questions from my constituents on this one, so just following up. Initially, you said that parent request would trigger action. And now what I heard was that basically the department's allocated $3,800 per camera. Is that per camera per student or per camera per classroom? Per classroom. Okay. And is that I'm trying to understand how those rooms are identified.
So self-contained classrooms, a student who is in a, actually, I want to make sure I get this right, so I want to see, do you know what they're doing? Yeah. Sorry, I want to make sure you have the most accurate information.
I appreciate that.
So we determined this number, pulling our student counts from STIR, on the number of students who are spending the vast majority, so 80% or more of their day outside of that general education setting. So we looked at those student counts, so those would indicate students with the most significant disabilities in those self-contained classrooms.
Okay, suppose there's a child in school that Parents would like to have a camera in the classroom, and there's not one in there. How would you handle that situation?
So if the parent wants a camera in the classroom, you're
Parents got
asking?
some kind of
Yeah,
concern?
so the law provides that they can request the school district do it, and the school district would have to do it. They would have policies set out and how they would do it, but that is how it would happen. A parent would request it, the school system would use their policies to put one in the classroom and utilize the funding that is being allocated to.
So it's mandatory compliance. Okay. Suppose the school system doesn't have the money, they already spent their $3,800 per classroom to expand their classroom. Would you identify in the classroom?
And that's the point of the law is, once the money runs out, we're waiting for the legislature to give more. So $3,800 per classroom. So a lot of these schools are getting, if they have multiple classrooms that are needed, they're getting more than enough money to satisfy installation and purchase of the cameras.
So it's first come, first served, from here.
For the district already has the money. So once the district uses up the money that they have, yeah, that's it. Because the legislature only gave us $8 million for it. So
How much does the camera cost? How much does it cost to install a camera?
So the cost of the cameras have been,
So there's a camera, there's a system to connect to the camera, the whole thing, right?
yeah, so we estimated when we looked at other states, they ranged anywhere from $1,500 a camera to Texas, which was an outlier, that was around $7,000 a camera. So we anticipated that it would cost around $3,000 to $2,500 to $3,000 for the installation of these cameras. We've also heard from some vendors that the cameras, if they already have an existing system in the school, that is an additional camera with an additional backup would be significantly less expensive as well.
Can I give a point of clarification to what Mr. Moore said? So it's not just any child with an IEP, it's a child with an IEP who is being educated in a self-contained classroom that can request the camera, right? Not just any parent and not just any parent of a child with an IEP.
They have to be in a self-contained classroom.
And so a follow-up question on that, and this is something that the superintendent Boucher wanted some clarification on, as she had to leave for her school board meeting tonight. So if you have, say, a speech therapist who is providing services in her office, and the students that she is serving are, so let's say 40% of them are in self-contained classrooms, is a camera required for that setting? But if they go over the 50%, then it's not either, right? So that kind of setting is exempt because it's not the self-contained classroom, even though that speech therapist might be serving children who are in this self-contained classroom.
Yeah, they have to spend more than 50% of their day in the self-contained classroom.
Okay.
One last question, what happens to unused funds? If the 3,800 was allocated to my school, for whatever reason I didn't use it, what happens to unused funds?
So the unused funds would stay in the account as restricted access until it was used. So if you never get a student that comes through that gets this request, that money will remain in that account as restricted funds. They can only use it on those purposes until the legislature says, you can also use this for potentially operation later on. Then it would open up, but as of right now, it is solely for those purposes.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Yeah, Mr. Garkin.
I got a call from Senator Cameron Henry about this. There was some concerns about there only being $8 billion in only 1 year worth, and questions about what's going to happen in future years. And Senator Henry pointed out that all appropriations can only be for 1 year. And that's why it was for only 1 year. But that he intends to seek continual funding for this in future years, and we even talked about the possibility of putting some funding in the MFP so that it doesn't have to be sought every year. So I want to add that.
Yeah, I know that those conversations have been happening at the Capitol, so that is the future potential funding.
Any other comments? Did you have some public?
Yeah, one more, sorry. So what's the estimated student population we're talking about serving here?
Approximately 9,000 students across the state.
Okay, and there's 2,100 cameras, so about 4 or 5 to 1, that's about the number you quoted, so.
We have some public comment. Ms. Danny Garrett. Ms. Danny Garrett. Ms. Canino. Ms. Corby and Ms. Kenny. However, whatever order y'all want to do it, y'all are for public comments. So I'll come up front. Ms. Garrett, thank you.
I'm sitting in for Danny Garrett, Janet Pope, LSBA Executive Director. We work very closely with Senator Boyle and other senators in regards to this bill, and also with the parents as well as it went through the process. Our school systems will have their policies in place by the end of December, and we'll help to assist with that. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the intent of the bill as we all work together with this bill. The proposed regulation that is being proposed today is just that. It's a repeat of statutory language in regards to LRS 17-1948. It is the proposed regulation. It fails to address the one subject matter that we worked on the most through this past legislative session on the Senate side and on the House side. And it was to adopt how they were going to get the funds. So basically, it's a classroom monitoring fund going to be applied for and distributed to the school system. So in other words, if you had 10 parents in St. Tammany that wanted to put cameras in the classroom, and 5 parents in Tangipahoa that wanted to put cameras in the classroom, then that needed to be looked at first, was the request of the parents. And again, it's going back to the intent of the bill in regards to that. Simply distributing this money to our school systems and for schools, it may not be used. And so why would we sit there and just have money that couldn't be used by our parents as they request for these cameras? So we are respectfully requesting that we figure out another way for our parents to be able to request these funds so all $8 million could be used. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Canino from St. Tammany. I worked with Representative Wright and Senator Boyle to do this bill for the past 4 years and to get the funding along with other advocates. And my only concerns with the way that it's written is if it'll take the full $8 million and then distribute it, can there be a way that districts can refuse if they don't need the money? Because like there are several parishes that already have cameras in all their classrooms. So I don't know that they would necessarily need it. Like Ms. Pope was saying, Dr. Pope, that we don't want the money just sitting if they're not going to use it. If they know that they won't use it. Could they go back to LDOE so they can reallocate it to other districts that may need some funds? And my other concern was, can it be put on the dashboard for each school district, how much money they have, so the parents can see that this money was used or it wasn't used, and if there's any left? Because I know everyone tries to do the right thing, because sometimes parents will ask for things, and then their first excuse is there's no money. And so I just want the parents to have a way to know if there's money without having to do public record requests or, get the runaround, so that they need these cameras, they're put in. And also, please don't delay with the funding, because the parents have been waiting for over 4 years for these cameras. The intent of them is for children that are nonverbal and for teachers in those classrooms to have a way to say if something happened so that there's not false accusation, or like my son came home with a bunch of bruises. I don't know what happened. The school doesn't know what happened. I removed my child from public school because of what was going on. And this would just give those kids voice. And for everyone that peace of mind and know what happened. And for teachers, I feel like they are, some of them are afraid to speak up, that they need more help. You can pull the footage and use that. But anyway, that's neither here nor there right now. It's just, please don't delay it, and I just want to make sure there's full transparency on it so that the funds are used appropriately. Thank you.
How you doing today? Being a parent and a disabilities advocate, I want to give you a personal touch. My son Corinth was abused in the school system. That is what propelled me into advocating so passionately the way I do for other kids. My child is nonverbal. My child communicates with American Sign Language as well as a communication device. And none of the staff actually knew how to communicate back with him or to understand what he was actually saying because they were not knowledgeable in American Sign Language. So the failure of the staff being educated and informed led to a problem where my child ended up having an increase of maladaptive behavior. And I'm using the actual legal terminology and the education terminology so that everybody understands how much hard work I put into making sure that I knew what was going on. The maladaptive behavior increased to the point that now when I take my son to our school board meeting, we have maladaptive behavior present. And that's a problem. It's a problem because this is now more than 4 years since his abuse. But the maladaptive behavior still exists because he was not able to tell us what happened. East Baton Rouge Parish school system, just like any other school system across our state, have some really great staff members. And this actually can be a way to teach staff in professional development what behavior can look like and how we can address it appropriately. This can also be used as a way to illustrate what not to do. I use the example with a couple of the two teacher unions, the Federation and the Association of Educators, by allowing them to see my child have maladaptive behavior in front of them. He climbed on top of the table. And I told them, I said, now if he was to fall off this table and you just write an incident report, I can believe you because I know that he's a documented climber. But if no one else knows that, such as the superintendent, they will fire you because they will think that you had foul play. I don't want good educators to be penalized or to be reprimanded because they're doing their job, but the child came back with some type of injury that they can't necessarily explain. Our self-contained classes legally are supposed to have 5 kids, but there are self-contained classrooms that have 10 and 12. So I do want you to understand that when we speak passionately about our children with disabilities being in classrooms, in the self-contained classrooms, and wanting cameras, it's to protect not just that child with a disability, but to protect the teacher. Because as you also know, we are facing a crisis right now of teacher shortages, but it impacts our special education department on a much higher level. So I really and truly hope that you do put the funding on there. And I also want you to know that Ms. Meredith Jordan did tell our Developmental Disabilities Council that once a school system was to use all of their funds, that they could get more funding from LDOE. So I do want us to make sure that we address that and that we actually put out language so that the school systems actually know where to store the footage, but also how they can actually access more funding from LDOE if it's a school system such as East Baton Rouge Parish that has to share that funding with Baker, Zachary, and Central School Districts.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Ms. Finney.
Thank you. I think the department's idea sounds great for the initial allocation, but I have visions of 69 tiny or big pots of money just sitting there not being used, where there are classrooms in other districts where the money is run out. So I would suggest that in about 6 or 8 months before the end of the fiscal year, any money not spent gets collected back into the department to be reallocated to schools that have indicated that they need more to cover more classrooms. But the reason I turned in the card is to make sure that there are clear policies as to parents knowing that their kids are being filmed and agreeing to it, and then clear policies on who has access to that video footage. Because if there aren't clear policies, I can see some issues on both of those points. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Committee, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Dr. James Sweeney, parent of 3 McKinley High School graduates from Bedford.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison.
Okay, Mr. Moss, I just wondered, is there any flexibility in statute with regard to allocation of those funds? Is there any flexibility there where the department could issue those funds upon request, as opposed to just allocating them randomly across the district based on the account?
So when we first got the allocation, we sat down as a team and looked at the 2 possibilities of how we could do this. We could do it the way that we're proposing today, or we could do it the way that they were proposing, where we would have one large lump sum of $8 million, and systems would come to us to request it. At the end of the year, we wouldn't be able to give out any more money. Some of the concerns were, if we did that, one, it's a very long process that we would have to go through. The money would be kind of delayed before it got down to them, and it's on a reimbursement process to do that. So they would have to spend the money and then get the reimbursement from the state. The other part of that is, we thought it was a better idea to allocate money to all of the systems. Now, collecting the funds back and bringing them back and redistributing, I can ask our financial team if we can do that even with the process we're doing today. But the reason why we did it this way is because a parent request could come at any time from anyone, and to equitably give the money out to all systems so they have the opportunity and parents have the opportunity. Because what happens if some of your larger districts have higher cost of cameras in their classroom, and that money's depleted, then another system that may come, there might not be enough money by the end of it. They may need to get another reallocation the next year. So we thought for this initial allocation, we would do it this way, and then when the legislature meets again, if they were going to put more money in the fund, we could do ongoing costs for that.
Dr. Davis.
Is it possible for us to put the fund balance for each school district into EGMS so that parents have the ability to watch to see if there is a remaining balance when they go to ask their school district for the money?
Yes, ma'am, I believe there is a way for us to put that on the dashboard, and I have a note here that applications would be completed through the EGMS portal, so there would be a way to be able to capture that.
All right, and so maybe perhaps at the end of this school year, something that we might think about doing is asking for a report on what those numbers look like, what the fund balance is, to see if, I mean, it may be that this is not an issue at all, that almost every school district is completely spending their allocation, and then we don't even have to worry about that. But if we were to come back at the end of the school year and see that there were large pots of money remaining in some school districts, then we could talk about some process to address the concerns of Dr. Pope and others about availability of the funds.
We'll just go ahead and get that on the agenda in advance, in a way, reminder or anything, but see how we.
So maybe in our June meeting after the school year has ended?
Yeah, it would be May or June, that would go up, if we have a meeting in April, it would need to be the June meeting probably then.
For what? The June meeting to have a report on the fund balances for the cameras across the various school districts, which might also be of interest to legislators as well while they're in session regarding refurbishing or putting more money in. Thank you.
I think June might be too soon because there's still districts drawing down funds up into the end of the fiscal year. I know that's a factor for us. That things come in at the last minute, especially when it's a reimbursement basis. So I don't know if June would be.
This wouldn't be a reimbursement basis.
I thought you said they.
That was the other option that we were considering. That was
Oh, okay.
This would be reimbursement.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? We have a motion, any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item.
Mr. Mallory, I just want to say this is a pretty big deal. And we've had parents that have advocated for this for a long time, and this needed to happen. And a lot of other groups have worked on this as well, as Dr. Pope mentioned earlier, working with different legislators. And so really just happy to get that funding out. We'll probably learn a lot about the way in which we distribute it, but we've never done it before. And so we just have to make sure we learn from those lessons and improve the system.
Next item.
Next item is on page 124, item 6.8, consideration of revisions to bulletin 1566, pupil progression policies and procedures regarding literacy interventions. The recommendations are to receive, retain the item on the October 2022 AGII meeting agenda, and refer this item to the September 2022 SAC meeting.
Can I have a motion? Davis. The department does not have a presentation. Are there any questions, comments from the board? Mr. Morris?
Can somebody just walk us through these a little bit about this?
Yeah, Dr. Bowman will.
So we had received a request from Mr. Mellering a month or so ago. Mr. Mellering, correct me if I'm inaccurate on any of this, requesting to take a look as a department and as a board around Representative Nelson's bill that did not pass in the legislature around retention. And as he and I and others discussed this, one of the things that we thought about might make more sense would be in the presence of the ability to have screeners at the end of the year to, instead of looking at retention, to look at with the use of ESSER dollars, students who are not on grade level at the end of the year in these grade levels that have been COVID impacted, requiring those students to participate in 30 hours of additional educational opportunities in the summer with a teacher who's been trained in the science of reading. But we didn't want to take that to the board today without pushing it out the SAC and allowing superintendents the opportunity to weigh in on that particular item. So we did want to at least introduce the item here today and request that it push to SAC so we have opportunity for additional discussion around that. And there is ample time to put this in place because, I mean, we're in August and we're talking about the end of the academic year. So I think that summarizes Mr. Mellering, unless you want to add to that.
No, that does. I do just want to say, I know I've had a conversation with several board members, several legislators, and this has been a focus of yesterday and today. I do think that if we can start to address our literacy issue, then not all of the issues that we face as a state, but we can take a large step forward in correcting some of the difficulties that our population has. This is just another tool in the toolbox for our schools and our parents. It's not going to be a silver bullet, but I do think it's something that we could use to address learning loss. So I hope this is something that is received, and retained, and referred in the back in October, that it is something that we can Any questions, comments? We have a motion, any objection? No objection to the motion passes. Next item, please.
That concludes your agenda.
Meeting adjourned.